Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
Your son just smeared feces all over my bathroom.
Oh my goodness, yes, that was the only sound effect I had that worked for today. You guys, I'm sorry, I'm wearing a hat. I have not had the time to do my hair. Good morning, welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Thank you very much for being here. I'm sorry to use that soundbite first thing in the morning. Oh, it was a rough day yesterday. It was so bad. Oh my goodness. All right, so happy to be here. So happy to be here this morning. Welcome everybody. Thank you. We've got, oh my goodness, generosity all over. I will tell you, I did not have time to get ready today, but do you know what I did have time to do? I had time to run to the post office and find this bag of Planters cashews in dill flavor from Brit Bottoms. Brit Bottoms, this one seems to be empty. I might need another. They were so good. Oh my goodness, they're so good. All right, good morning. What? Okay. Okay. My son's reminded me of a couple things that I have to not forget, and the first one, of course, is this one right here.
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Hump day! Welcome to Wednesday. We made it halfway through the week. We made it halfway. Oh my goodness. Oh, you guys, it is good to be here. I can tell you there is light at the end of the tunnel. No, wait, there's a light through my sewer. I forget what it is, but I can see light. I can see daylight, probably where I shouldn't. I've my door is open right here. I can actually see outside the house, just right there. It's you know what? Back in the day, do you remember? Like it's wonderful. It's wonderful. I was thinking how this all started, right? I was just reflecting back, reminiscing, I guess, thinking about the good old days. I remember when I was thinking, I've got this little problem with the floor I need to fix, and as long as I'm doing it, I think I'm going to get like a really fancy bidet, right? And I'm thinking we're going to upgrade. It's going to be great. It's going to be awesome. The bathroom will be wonderful with this huge upgrade. Now, I just wish I had indoor plumbing. That's all. It's like, I just wish we could go back to the days of indoor plumbing. We'll be there today. We're putting everything back together. Mrs. RA is headed to the store with the credit card and my friend who's a good, skilled contractor. And we'll be getting all the pieces needed to put everything back together again, which is the goal, like Humpty Dumpty, right? Let's see. We have something else we have to do first off and foremost, and that is say sample user. Wait, not sample user. Rianne K. Hi, welcome. You're first in chat today. Congratulations on being first in chat. I'm not sure if you knew, but before you started talking in chat, it was quiet here. It was peaceful. Everyone, a few people were sleeping. A lot of us were getting some rest. A little bit of meditation going on, just contemplating the day's events, what was coming up. Just enjoying the stillness of the morning. And then you typed in chat. And look what happened since then. So as punishment for breaking the silence of chat, we're going to sentence you with internet ownership for the rest of the day. I believe
the apocalypse.
I believe you've done this before. Is this a first-time offense for you? Rianne, I think this is a second-time offense. Either way, it goes on your permanent record. So we're going to go ahead and make that happen. If you want a copy of that permanent record, you can go ahead and pay the low fee of 50 cents. And you can pick up a copy of that. Let's see. Why is this not working right? Anyway, you can pick up a copy of a certificate, worthy of framing, I might add. You can put it on your cell wall or on your office wall, whichever you prefer. I see that we have Red Pan has gifted 5 memberships this morning. Rianne K, welcome to the gallery. Good to have that blue courthouse by your name with the internet owner today. Let's see. We have also, DSN gifted 5 memberships. Elsa Dog gifted 5 memberships. A huge super chat from DSN as well. Thank you, DSN. Appreciate that. Let's see. Bug Dugger gifted 5 memberships. Witchy Mama says, I love it when my dog's here. Mike, what day is it? And they howl hump day with you. Thanks for this amazing corner of YouTube and all you do. Witchy Mama. I envisioned everyone singing happy birthday with us. I did not realize that the dogs would help with the hump day yell, which is great. My screen is not updating the way it should. Just one second here. Let's see if I can get that to fix. If I missed any other super chats or gifts or something this morning, please forgive me. I cannot see them, and it should be working. Mrs. Kevin, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much. Green Courthouse by your name. That's at least 3 months. You need someone a lot more experience. Send a plumber with more experience is what we need. All right, let's do a little birthday singing, because now that we've warmed up with that hump day yell. He hasn't done the hump day yell today, has he? Oh, you need to rewind. It was pretty good. It was. I would not say the quality was top notch, but the energy was right up there. It was right up there with the best of them. Let's see. Amy Lay. Ooh, happy to watch a hidden gem. What could it possibly be? Could you possibly cover the Timothy Verrill retrial, please? Love being here. Timothy Verrill. Let's put that on there as something to research. I don't know the details on that one. Timothy Verrill. It's a retrial. Round 2. Begin. All right. I'm just so happy to have indoor plumbing again after today. Right now we have outdoor plumbing, which is sort of funny because we go out to the Airbnb to use the restroom, or shower or anything else. The one thing that still works in our house is everything in the kitchen. So we have running water in the kitchen and a dishwasher that works. I mean, if that were gone, I would be in a hotel right now. But let's see, a short 6-minute hearing for Corey Richins yesterday. It was very quick. I did not get to watch it. So if somebody can give me the breakdown of what happened there on Corey Richins. I know it was just a brief appearance in court. I don't know what was decided. Let's see. Buffer, Mrs. Sassy Pants has their wedding anniversary today, and Jackson, Daniel, Elsa Dog, DSN, and Lisa all have birthdays. DSN, wow, giving a huge gift on your birthday as well. That is just awesome. DSN, thank you for your generosity. All right, let's do the happy birthday song because it's time, and we've got to begin. We are digging a little into the archives of this trial to days before I was live streaming. Okay, so we're going way back on this one for the court case we're watching, and a huge thanks to Samantha Terry for digging this up for us. So appreciate that. Samantha, one of our great mods. Samantha, Sharon, Thomas, Tisha. We've got great people all over the place. 6 Volt is I think here in spirit right now. Thomas, you're present. Amber is up to her eyeballs in. Oh, I can't say that word, Amber. I'm sorry. But we've got some wonderful mods, great people who are helping the channel. And Leanne, thank you as well. Let's see. We've got a few other. I think I missed some. I don't remember who I said. We have the best mods in the world. I kid you not. We have the best mods in the world. Let's see. Buffer. And Brenda Meyer has a birthday today as well. So now I have to do a little notepad work. Give me just one second and I'll retype. We're going to have Jackson, Daniel, Elsa Dog, DSN, and Lisa. Jackson, Daniel, Elsa Dog, DSN, and Lisa. And then we're going to add to that Brenda. All right, great. I think we can do that all in one verse. Everybody warm up with me. La 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 la. There we go. That was actually pretty good. I don't know if it was in tune with it. No, it wasn't. All right, tonight, this morning, everyone please join with me in singing to these wonderful people. We're going to sing to Jackson, Daniel, Elsa Dog, DSN, Lisa, and Brenda. Happy birthday to you, everybody. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jackson, Daniel, Elsa, Dog, BSN, Lisa, and Brenda. Happy birthday to you. I've got 2 kids in here who are watching this, and I look over, and their mouths are shut. And it's during the happy birthday part where I know they know the words. I've sang it to them every year. Were you singing? Yes, one of them was singing. You want a solo? You want to do a solo? No, they don't want to sing a solo. To all those who are celebrating their birthday today, happy birthday. Thank you very much for being here. Hopefully we can make your special day a little bit more special. It's the 35th wedding anniversary. And another 35th wedding anniversary. Back-to-back wedding anniversaries. Are you guys, Kelly? Okay. Let's see. I was wondering if we had like a male Kelly and a female. I was wondering if we had a husband and wife team announcing their anniversary at the same, but we don't. This is 2 separate 35th wedding anniversaries. Brenda, happy birthday to you as well. To all those who had the birthday, we realize there are a million places you could be and a million people you could be with to celebrate your birthday, and you've chosen to be here with us. Thank you. Thank you so much for making that selection. I think you chose wisely. Well, time will tell if you chose wisely. But Danny Austin, sorry about the sore throat. We heard you singing in spirit. That was great. And helping with the dancing, at least, that helped as well. Thank you. Wonderful dancers. The cha-cha-chas were there. We've really got this down. I don't think there's another group that sings Happy Birthday better than we do anywhere. And I'll put my money behind that. So, do you want to say that in the mic? My son, soon to be up for adoption son, has something he wants to add. Go ahead and talk. Here you go.
He does not sing very well, though he does get all the names.
Did you hear that? Did you hear him? All right. Got some shade for my son there. He does not sing very well. He sings terribly, he says, but he does get all the names, which is, yeah. If anyone's looking for a kid, one might be available very soon. So, okay. All right. How old is he? How old are you? 13. Double the math assignment today, by the way. Just decided. Double your math assignment today. I just decided.
Squirrel!
Yeah. All right. Why are the kids in your office? I told them they could watch the intro today as we began. Mrs. R.A. was running to the store. They were in the middle of their, what they call their opener for homeschool. If you don't know what an opener is, my wife, when she teaches homeschool, they gather the kids, and it actually can begin around the breakfast table because there's no desk you have to sit at to learn, right? Which is sort of interesting because homeschool for us can be in the kitchen, it can be in the living room, it can be, sometimes they're doing homework in their bed, it's just laying on their bed and reading a book, or that they're assigned to read, or studying something. Doing math worksheets, it can be anywhere. So it began around the kitchen table. So we're having like a late breakfast, and she begins with a song. We start with a song and a prayer, and it was in the middle of that I'm like, Mrs. R.A., I need you to run to the store and buy all the stuff we need. And buy all the stuff. It's a lot. I mean, buy a shower insert, buy all the plumbing, the flooring, 2x4s, 2x6s. I think we need all sorts of stuff. So. No, we don't tell our kids about spring break. We just make them work right through it. Anyway, so yeah, when? Yeah. How does he do that? We get spring break. We just work. All right, the school does need a bathroom. It does. Sometimes they've done school stuff out in the Airbnb. So, all right, the same kid that makes the omelets. No, the younger child makes the omelets. How old's the youngest?
The youngest is 6.
Youngest is 6? No, he's 8. He's 8, and you are?
10.
You are 10. Are you sure you're not 11? Okay, just kidding. So the 8 and the 10-year-olds make omelets beautifully. All right, everyone's saying hi. Welcome. Okay, now off to do school. All right, here's what we have. Where did we leave off? Let's see. If you adopt him out, you can adopt me. All right, I am super excited. Today is a great day. Oh, there's some more comments I'm missing. I'm sorry. Let me see if I can get them to pull up. There, now they're working. Okay, let me go back to the beginning because now they're all popping up like they were before. Red Pen, five memberships. Thank you very much. Rihanna K, welcome to the gallery. DSN gifted 5 memberships. Elsa Dog gifted 5 memberships. DSN gifted a huge super chat. Bug Dugger gifted 5 memberships. Witchy Mama, so I love it when I hear my dogs when the dogs hear Mike, what day is it? And they howl hump day with you. I need a video of that. That is awesome. Mrs. Kevin, welcome to the gallery. Also, Amy Lay, welcome to the gallery. Wallflower, good morning, everyone. I've been with you 14 months altogether. That is wonderful, Wallflower. Thank you very much. Mrs. Kevin says, found you during Maya. I've been watching every day since having my son. He's about to be 2 months. So glad to follow True Crime Addicts. Mrs. Kevin, thank you very much. I'll be so glad when this plumbing job is done and it doesn't interfere with the schedule that like it has been recently. I apologize for that. Golden Girl says, lurkers are people too. Thanks, R.A. Golden Girl, thank you. Been with us for a long time as well, one of the OGs. Good AWA, member for 6 months. So I can't believe it's been 6 months. I love this community and the mods are the best. Cheers, mate. Cheers as well. Bravo Chick, member for 4 months. Hey, R.A. and the fellow addicts. 4 months, woohoo. Woohoo, that is awesome. Oh, man, they're flying in. Lego My Briefs sliding in. It says, arms up in the air. Yay, me and my fam jam. You addicts. King R.A. is the bestest. Love it. Thank you, Lego My Briefs. Witchy Poo, thank you to whomever gifted me a membership yesterday. I appreciate you. Thank you. We have some generous people gifting memberships. 8 months, Witchy Poo. Congratulations on that. John Link, member for 11 months, says thanks, RA and mods. Red Pen, member for 14 months, another OG milestone, that 14-month mark. You can't get much further than that. I don't think there are anyone, because that's how long we've had memberships. So that is wonderful. Thank you, all of you, for your amazing support. I don't say that lightly. This means the world to me. This is my favorite job in the entire world, and it has enabled me to do things that I never thought I'd be able to do. And being able to do it and enjoy it, and on top of that, have the community we have here is amazing. Thank you for that. Mandy Strong, jury, new member. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Mandy, being a member of our jury. Get the padded chairs. No hard seats for you. Thank you very much. Let's see. Nosy Rose says, thanks for entertaining us, even while your pooper's out of order. I understand the half days. Please don't apologize for taking care of home and family. I'm sorry that I'm sorry that for the times that I can't provide some great coverage of things that are happening, because you guys deserve it. Honestly, I feel like I owe you that. Let's see. I'm a pre-membership OG, 80s music man. 80s, yes, you go way back. Definitely one of the OGs as well. There was a time when we got you in green briefly. I'm not sure what broke on YouTube that allowed that, but now it's broken again. What do you think about Hannah and her lawyers wanting to get a new rust trial? Oh my goodness, Corina. Hannah's lawyer, I think Shannon is who we're talking about, right? She's the sorry lady. I still want her on the show. As a matter of fact, I need to reach out. I think I have a connection.
I don't know who won.
That can get me in touch with her. So I want to do that because I think the gag order has been lifted now. That said, what do you think about Hannah and her lawyers wanting to get a new rust trial? I think it's incredible. I think they might have the fact they filed like an emergency injunction and fire the cannons, wave the flags. It's time for a new trial. I think they might have something. I think it has to do with a preliminary ruling. I think it had something to do with the breathing tube and the cause of death. Somewhere in there, I think a line was crossed right at the end of the trial that should not have been crossed. And I think they objected to it. I might have to go back and look at that. And basically, they might have the right to say, "Hey, this was wrong." All right, tell us the suspense. What did I was mid-story and I forgot what it was. What was I telling you? I have the memory of a goldfish. It's like squirrel, and that's it. What can we put one of the mods? Can you or one of the mods put the merch link up? I can do that. Let me take a phone call here really quickly. See who this is. Oh, wait. To accept, press 1. I'm pressing 1. I'm trying to hear you. Hang on one second. Are you there? Hello, hello?
Call from.
No, hung up. I just got it. Please call back. Please call back. Area code 316. I was plugged into the charger, not into the audio. So I was getting a charge, but no sound. As far as the trial goes, we're going to head back to the Office of Heavenly Wood for this trial, all the way back to 2021. Yeah. Oh, I need a name for this. Ryan Applesnapple has sent me the Inspector Duck. I forget. There's what is it? Sherduck. Sherlock Duck. Anyway, we have to name him. I think we'll do that officially on the podcast. And then he also sent one for Mrs. RA, which is a teacher duck right there. And I have to say, the teacher duck looks hot. I mean, it's glistening, it's shiny, it's beautiful. The colors are vibrant. It really does look better. Which in all ways does actually represent my wife. So great duck there. Here we go.
Call from
Bree.
Bree, hello. How are you doing?
Good morning. I figured Mrs. R.A. had the phone, and so when I went back to live, I heard it ringing. So I'm like, I'll call back real quick.
Yeah, she does not have the phone. She is phoneless right now.
Real quick on the Rush trial. So the reason why they were filing an emergency injunction to get her released is because there was a previous ruling on a case about jury instructions that overturned a case of daycare workers. And because of that ruling, it impacted one of the jury instructions in Hannah's trial. And so he feels that it should be thrown out and she should be retried.
Oh.
I can get you that case information.
Ooh.
But it's something to do with the jury instructions, and it was a ruling made with the previous case over 2 daycare workers. And because that ruling just came down like within the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, that's why they filed this emergency motion.
Wow. So another case, a ruling on another case, it came down, and with the ruling impacts this one. Wow. So yeah.
Yes.
Case law, it affects other cases. And the fact that they were right next to each other really came in. That's interesting. I wonder if that's going to fly. I know Hannah. What I've heard is Hannah's not doing well in jail. She's not liking it.
That's what I'm hearing.
And I mean, very few people do. We'll probably hear a little bit from Thomas later this week, as he's had an opportunity to visit a incarceration area, a prison, and Hannah's not liking it, which you not expect her to like
right?
it, right? Yes, he got to leave at his will, which is important.
Okay, well that's good.
If you ever visit, but wow,
I will when I get in the office. I will send you a link to that article so you can get the actual information. I'll see if I can't find the original case that he cited to file the injunction to.
Yeah. Okay, that's awesome. Bree, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'll watch for that. So
you're welcome. Talk to you guys later. Bye.
Yep. See ya. Bye. Bree's great. She was one of our court watchers there during the trial with Hannah. All right, Tammy, this blue shirt looks great on me, and you made a great choice. Thank you very much. Has my logo up here that you put on here. Buffer sound. I'm supposed to get to the court case right now. Can we please have all the Rust merch back in your merch store, please? Did it go away? It wasn't supposed to go away. Let's see. Oh. Let me check it here. It should not be gone. It should not be gone. We're trying to put the other one in with it from this last trial. Let's see. Listings. Oh, it wasn't on Teespring. It was on Printify, right? Someone's car alarm is going off. Okay. I have to share this with you. I'm terrible at math, and when it comes to business, I'm not the best business person. I think we have Angela
Call
here.
from.
I am the man with no name. Zap Brent.
I'm sorry, I pushed the button too soon. The man with no name. Mathis. How are you doing?
How are you?
I'm doing well. I was just saying I was because I'm doing my taxes right now. Actually, my accountant's doing my taxes. I've never had an accountant before.
Oh, that's
not excited about having to pay them to find out how much I have to pay, but in doing the math, I had to show the income that was received from selling merchandise on YouTube, mostly mugs. And I found out that for every mug I sell, before taxes, I was making 40 cents. And after taxes, I don't think I made anything. It was like a wash. It was like $6.50. The amount of money I made on mugs over the whole year, I spent more than that sending out free mugs to the guests that that came on the show. So I priced the mugs poorly. I need to get them made cheaper because I don't want to raise the cost. They're already too expensive. Anyway, Mathis, what are you thinking about today?
Yeah, so you know what the Beatles sing? Be grateful I don't take it all.
Alex stole it as well.
So I wanted to talk about a couple of things because I've learned something new about the law.
Bring the jury.
And
sorry, I'll turn those off.
Because because of the James Crumbley case, I looked again at and because we looked at we had various states now. We had New Mexico, we had Tennessee, we had at least another case where I think that there was a question about whether it was a form of negligent homicide and involuntary manslaughter. And I looked at the German law and I thought about how which laws I prefer. And I'm in a weird spot where I think it's weird that Michigan has like a maximum sentence of 18 months. Germany has a maximum sentence of 5 years, and negligent homicide and voluntary manslaughter are uncovered under the same statute, but there is a gross negligence enhancer, which is when you do the same thing but worse. And then there's Michigan. And I want to say I prefer the Tennessee stuff that we saw. But Michigan, I just realized, is super weird. Because they had a law against negligent homicide until 2009, which was repealed with a different and replaced with something else. And both of those laws only seem to apply while driving. So they would cover something like DUI. Michigan doesn't seem to have a criminal statute against negligent homicide. So for weeks I've been thinking, why weren't the Crumbleys charged with something easier to prove? And the answer is because it wouldn't have been even a crime to if they had just if it's only negligent homicide, it's literally not a crime in Michigan, and that blew my mind over the weekend.
Wow. When you compare states to states, it's very interesting. Some states, for the exact same word, the crime was worded the same. The actual definition might be a tiny bit different.
Yeah.
But for the same crime, you've got 15 years or 6 months. You really have to know the state you're in when you choose to do a crime, because what was okay 10 miles ago is not okay now. And so it's like we're like 50 little countries that all run our little shows differently. The more you travel, and especially if you move from area to area, where you actually spend some time here or there, you run across these little quirks. I believe, I'm not sure, there used to be a state where it was illegal to pump your own gas in your car. Like, it was illegal. Mm-hmm. It was against the law. I've never had, and since I was a kid, I've never had somebody pump gas in the car for me, and that was like an old service station. Cool story. I know the guy, but yeah, it's strange. Different states have different laws, and to those people who live there and grew up there, that's their normal, and we look like the weird ones. But yeah, when you compare the sentences and the rules, Oregon says don't do crimes, kids. Don't pump your own gas. Is New Jersey and Oregon, is that still the law? And I'm curious, for those who live there, what's the reason? Is it their word you're going to spill? Is a gas pump that technically advanced that the average user can't function? Anyway, Mathis, I appreciate the deep dive you do on this. Really, I'm not prepared to debate the nuances of German law. That's well beyond my expertise. But I appreciate you providing the comparison for us.
German criminal law can be very frustrating. We had a couple of years ago, we had a ruling that our definition of murder was basically garbage, and it was basically just the courts making it work.
Man. Weird. Well, thank you. On that note, I think we're about ready to stop the suspense.
Let me tell you one maybe last thing before I forget about it.
Go ahead.
So when the Jennifer Crumley's lawyer, I think there really was a TikTok that really just didn't have a counter, but had a bunch of clips every time she said sorry, like a clip show where she just says it 200 times clipped together.
Wow.
But so you don't necessarily have to apologize to her if you ever get the chance to interview her.
I will.
But I want to note it for the record. I'm really curious if she thinks there's an issue with the fact that she didn't say the words directed verdict when she said she has a motion to make after the state rests. Because to me, that's probably, I would be upset about that, but I've heard enough from appellate lawyers that I'm not optimistic about anyone's chances about that.
Yeah. Getting the wording right is important. I think in her case, the judge, in responding to it, acknowledged that she got the wording right enough that it was handled. So I think it's okay. I wish it were cleaner. I'd like it to be, spelled out in black and white, especially for somebody who's, reading a transcript later and doesn't get the benefit of hearing the voices and the intonation and all the inference and everything that's hard to carry just on text. But yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, there's an argument to be made that everyone in the room understood it to have been, the issue to have been raised.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm
and
curious
in contract law, I mean, that's good enough, right? Contract law is like, well, you guys acted like there was a contract in place. That's enough to say that there was a contract. It was a verbal contract. But when it comes to the law and appellate law, it's a little stricter. It's a little harder to pass that bar. So,
yeah, I think it's fair to appeal to the understanding of a reasonable person. So I'm gonna let you recover your gems now if you're metal detectors or whatever you have. I'll look forward to watching that.
All right. We'll do that. Thank you. Good talking to you, Mathis. Appreciate it.
All right.
We'll see you. Bye. All right. Let me hurry and pull this up. I forgot I had it on the wrong device. So just 1 second here. Okay. Just 1 second here. I've got it here. Let's see.
Call from
Angela.
Good morning, Angela. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm trying to get the video pulled up for our court case so we can begin court today.
Good.
But go ahead. What's on your mind?
Good luck with that. Well, first and foremost, you thought that I was earlier when I forgot his name, from Germany called. So you should probably, maybe I should send you the list, like with all country codes, But
it has a 4 and another number after it. You have a 4-6. He has a 4-9. England is 4-4. That's all I know.
Denmark is 4-5.
Yeah.
Norway is something 4 plus. Yeah.
I should know Norway. I've got family over there.
Yeah. That was actually. I need to retract an earlier statement regarding the Hannah Gutierrez. That's why also I'm calling in because I saw someone else. I don't remember who took a deep dive in the interview that Hannah's lawyer had. There is more at fault in the whole trial than just the cause of death that they are going with. Apparently, someone took a deep dive into the whole jury instructions, and the jury instructions that jury got for Hannah's trial it's apparently for the civil case, not criminal, not the way they presented it.
So the instruction was a civil case instruction?
Yeah.
Okay,
it was
so
a civil case instruction.
So the importance of that is that the threshold, the burden of proof is much lower for a civil case. So that is a huge problem. If an instruction was given with the wording that would make it easier for them to reach a verdict than in a criminal instruction. That's huge. That's like very high likelihood for a retrial then.
And I'm pretty sure that the lawyer is going to take that up in the retrial. Or I don't know the steps that's going to happen right now, but there are more than one problem that is with this case. So I'm going to retract my earlier statement regarding the Hannah case. She might be guilty for negligent, but not the way that they presented it. And after everything that came out afterwards with her lawyer's interview and people that worked with her, YouTube might have had buried me with all Hannah's stuff after the trial.
Awesome. Hang on. The garbage truck's here. Sorry. There's the noise you hear is the garbage truck.
It's all right. Yeah. So that person. So I think that there is a huge, and I think that also I need to say something. I think that prosecution gave the deal to wrong people. I think that the assistant, which was for the prop, should have also been charged to some degree, not given full immunity, because in my afterwards, after what I heard, I think that she might be also. She shouldn't have gotten the full immunity. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, interesting. We'll tear into this a little bit. I guess Emily Baker looked at this as well. She thinks that ruling doesn't apply to other cases. It's interesting if there's a ruling, an appellate ruling on law that affects another case, that does set precedence. And I'm not sure I'm not sure it's enough to just say we don't want this to affect anything else. So, but we will make the change here. I'm not sure. That'll be interesting.
It'll be very interesting. Yeah. So that's what I wanted to say. And if another thing that regarding, sorry for hopping around, but regarding what you covered yesterday, I forgot the name. The one who wrote the children's book.
Yes,
I need
Corey
to say
Richens.
something. I am in the writers community. Yeah, I am in a writings community on internet, and you may or may know what Wattpad is. But I am on Wattpad, and I have read books that are fan fictions. Let's put it that way: fan fictions that are more believable than that letter that she says. Oh, it's a new chapter in the new book. Fan fictions that are more believable.
I just happened to be writing a book using all the characters' names from my real life experience, including my lawyer and the judge, and the story goes right in line with the timeline that I'm currently existing in, and yeah, it's terrible. It's terrible. That letter is just bizarre. But
it's terrible. I mean, you have to be very, very dumb to believe that it's a chapter in a new book.
Yeah,
sorry,
that's not going to fly. The judge has already said prosecution gets 4 pages of that letter, so it might be the only 4 pages. But he's like, it's coming in. This is evidence. We're going to use this against you. They may be more charges. But Angela, thank you so much. Great to talk to you this morning.
Thank you so much.
All right, we'll see you.
Thank you, and have a nice day.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, let's get to court, shall we? Let's get to court and get set up with this. We have a case from 2021. This is a capital case, state via Stephen Wiggins, and let's do this. Let me tell you, you guys, no spoilers. You may have watched this years ago. That's fine. No spoilers. It was a small trial. It's a little thing, but. No, please no spoilers. We've got the same rules that apply. If you've seen this before, and or you know what's coming up, or you decide to watch ahead or something, don't tell us about it. don't even tell us that you've seen it before, because believe it or not, even little things that are little comments that you don't think are a spoiler does spoil it, because a lot of us are smart. We can connect the dots. So if someone were to say, and I don't even know the outcome of this case, if someone were to say, I'm not going to spoil it for you, but I'm curious what sentence he gets, that's a spoiler, because then we know that he would have been convicted. I don't know if this guy gets convicted or not. I don't know if there's a sentencing. I don't know anything, but just a heads up. Please don't spoil it. We're going to begin this case right here.
A lawyer has in this predicament, fighting for his client's life. It's concerning and frustrating.
This is the very beginning.
Yes, Your Honor.
We have a motion that I need to address first, and that is a motion that was filed, I believe, yesterday, perhaps. Do you have that motion, please?
So now we're underway. Yay. This is day one.
This would be defendant filing number 74, a motion to continue the trial due to the recent CDC issued guidelines for protection from COVID-19, associated loss of expert mitigation testimony. So that is a motion, I believe, that the defense has filed just yesterday and it's been marked filed this morning. So if you would like to address that motion, please feel free.
Good morning. So on behalf of Mr. Wiggins, defense filing number 74.
Is there a reason that podium is turned in that direction? That may be for opening statements, if assuming that we go forward, but is it difficult for you to
turn and face the judge?
You're all right with that? I believe that's what's happened is that it was situated in such a way so that it could face the jury in the event we were to get to the opening statements part. So I'm sorry, Mr. Evans, please go ahead.
No, Your Honor, and I appreciate the consideration, but I think I can manage. So, yes, Your Honor, we filed this motion to continue. Unfortunately, we're in a situation where one of the key mitigation experts in this case, Dr. Ayden, has contacted me, and I've attached his letter to my motion, which I'm sure Your Honor has read, and indicated that he is unwilling to travel at this time based on the surge in cases due to the Delta variant. And he has an absolute concern for his own safety. He's 72 years old. He has asthma. His wife is immune compromised. He cares for her as well, and she would have to travel with him. And he has indicated they are both fully vaccinated. This is not a situation where they're not vaccinated. But as Your Honor knows, from recent CDC guidelines and information being released in the scientific community, there has been a surge in breakthrough cases. And right
so yes,
now,
we get to hear all of the COVID talk.
In Dixon County, as I noted in the motion, are at a high level. And he's got an absolute concern for his safety. And I can't say that it's frustrating in trying to defend this case with all the other stresses and concerns that a lawyer has in this predicament, fighting for his client's life. It's concerning and frustrating on top of that when you have situations where you have key witnesses that for very legitimate reasons.
Let me ask you, I'm sorry for interrupting you, Mr. Evans, but and I certainly have read through your motion last night when I received a copy. This court has, since the onset of the pandemic, we obtained a Zoom permit from the administrative office of the courts and have been conducting both civil and criminal proceedings via Zoom during the height of the pandemic. This is a case where this witness is a mitigation expert that would be testifying only if we get to the sentencing phase, correct?
That's correct.
And there's no right of confrontation issue about him being required to appear personally in court because he's you and your client's witness. What would be wrong with allowing him to testify via Zoom? We can arrange that. He can stay in his home as long as he has internet connection, or he can go anywhere he has internet connection. But we can have him broadcast on this large screen television to the jury, and he can testify about everything he has to say. under oath on the record, as we've done in countless other Zoom hearings where witnesses have testified. We had another murder trial not too long ago in which one of the witnesses that in a pre-trial motion testified from California, and that was conducted appropriately and successfully. So I'm just wondering if that's not a solution to your problem as to that particular witness.
I appreciate the court's consideration and suggestion. My concern is I don't think it would be sufficient in this instance. If for Dr. Bigler, considering the stakes and the jury as the judges of the facts and their ability to listen to what he says, consider what he says, weigh what he says, and give it the appropriate weight, I believe it would be unduly prejudicial to Mr. Wiggins to have a witness not lie. And again, this is new plowed ground. We haven't had this issue. And I understand the Supreme Court's ruling as it related to hearings and other hearings, but in the context of a death penalty case, where the deciding factor will determine whether that person lives or dies, Your Honor, I don't believe that a Zoom would be sufficient to adequately protect Mr. Wiggins' rights.
All right, thank you. Anything from the state?
Your Honor, the state has opposed every continuance that's been requested by the defense, and this is no exception. We oppose this continuance. We have guidelines and protocols in place to protect the spread of COVID-19, have successfully done so, have tried several murder cases this summer in this courtroom and downstairs. In this particular instance, this expert can be placed under some additional protocols to keep him safe from COVID. He can travel alone. He can start driving today and be here in time for the sentencing.
Oh, he can start driving today.
By himself.
That's brutal.
Mitigate any exposure that he has to anyone else and return safely to Utah, where I do understand the concern for his wife. But as the expert said in his letter, he's been vaccinated. He can wear a mask. We can put a shield up. We can take so many precautions to allow him to testify that in this particular case, a further delay of justice would just again go against the constitutional rights of the victim and the victim's family. And we ask the court to deny the defendant's motion.
Let me first address the details of the motion itself. This is a motion that was filed with the court on August the 2nd, today's date, but it was actually, thanks to Mr. Evans's efforts, was emailed to all of the litigants and the court and the clerk yesterday on August the 1st. The details of that are that on July 27, 2021, the CDC issued new guidelines for protecting the health and safety of participants in large indoor gatherings, given the current state of global SARS-CoV-2 pandemic. In light of the surge in current levels in the state of Tennessee and in Dixon County particularly, they're arguing that it is unsafe for us to try this case, and that as a result of that, one of the key witnesses, Dr. Aaron Bigler, PhD, a defense neuroimaging expert, has determined that traveling from his home in California to Tennessee and back for purposes of testifying poses unacceptable risk to the health and safety of his family, and he has accordingly declined to make the trip. This is, and also attached was a letter from Dr. Bigler, who basically substantiated those things that Mr. Evans and the defense put in their motion. To address first the issue regarding the CDC guidelines, we are operating under the orders and guidelines that have been given to us by the Supreme Court of the state of Tennessee. And after the CDC guidelines were issued, the Supreme Court's General Counsel, Rachel Harmon, issued us an email which basically indicated that the Supreme Court of the state was not going to require a mask mandate, but they were going to urge the courts to err on the side of caution and allow people, anyone that wants to wear a mask would be allowed to wear a mask. It is recommended under the CDC guidelines that anyone who is not vaccinated, fully vaccinated, should wear a mask at all times in these proceedings. This courtroom is set up in such a way that there's a limited number of people who can be allowed. We have allowed live streaming of these proceedings. through local media or national media to allow individuals who might want to observe a public proceeding such as this to be given access to the proceeding so that they are not inclined to come and sit in the courtroom with other individuals. It is this court's opinion that anyone who's in the courtroom certainly should and could wear a mask if they choose to do so. Those people who are proceeding in the case as witnesses or as participants, the lawyers, are free to wear a mask if they wish to do so. I think the only difficulty would be if they are going to be addressing the court or addressing something that's got to be on the record. The difficulty is sometimes in understanding. The witnesses will not be allowed to wear a mask because this court is of the opinion that allowing a witness to wear a mask may be violative of the right of confrontation for a defendant to be able to see and hear his accusers. The jurors that are selected in this case will be allowed to wear a mask if they so choose. And under the circumstances, we have a small group of people who, may want to be in this courtroom, and that is their choice to do so. I urge everyone to adhere to the CDC guidelines, but as far as that basis for the continuance, the court is of the opinion that we can continue this trial and go forward with it and not be in a situation where we are having any sort of issues that unduly exposes anyone to a risk. The question of Dr. Bigler presents more of an interesting scenario. First of all, this motion was filed on August the 1st. I would just note, without casting any blame in the situation, that the CDC guidelines were issued July 27th. On that day, we were in Knoxville, Tennessee, selecting a jury and doing death penalty qualifications. On July 28th, we were in Knoxville, Tennessee, doing death penalty qualifications. We were there the 29th and on the 30th. And on the 30th, we began the actual final selection of the 16 people, which concluded sometime late Friday afternoon. And no issue was raised by the defense at that point regarding any of these matters and the CDC guidelines, even though they had been at that point out for 3 days prior to the final selection of our jurors. So I'm not, again, of the opinion that this presents the type of urgency that would justify a continuance in the case. And clearly we operated in Knoxville after those CDC guidelines, and both sides cooperated in selecting the final 16 jurors. As to Dr. Bigler, this court is of the opinion that Dr. Bigler is a defense witness for mitigation at the sentencing hearing. He does not go to the guilt or innocence phase, from what I'm told, and instead would be a witness that the defense might want to call. The defense is free to call any witnesses they want. It's their responsibility to ensure that the witnesses they choose are in court. It's not this court's requirement that I have to stop a trial just because a defense witness who may not be under subpoena is not able to be here. We can make accommodations for Dr. Bigler to testify via Zoom. We've done it in many other cases. We've done it in a huge number of civil cases. And frankly, my assistant, Ms. Fry, has gotten quite good at conducting Zoom hearings and Zoom proceedings. And as a result, this court is of the opinion that if Dr. Bigler wishes to testify, he can do so by Zoom, or he may not wish to testify by Zoom, and the defense may or may not choose to call him. But that is not depriving the defense of an opportunity to present this evidence when we're offering an alternative, safe means for him to do so. I understand his concern. I understand certainly that he doesn't want to risk traveling to Tennessee, and I don't blame him if he has health concerns for himself and his wife. But as far as driving from here to California, I'm not sure that that's a viable option, but I think that presenting his testimony via Zoom, I would simply point out in response to the defendant's argument that the live testimony is more persuasive. There's a great deal of this testimony in this case that for pre-trial, not testimony, but evidence that is going to involve video evidence that's going to be presented on this screen. So presenting the defense expert witness testimony on that screen, in my opinion, is not unreasonable if in fact that's what they choose to do. So based upon all of those factors, this court is of the opinion that the motion to continue should be denied and the case will go forward today. Now, a couple of things I'd like to touch on. We are working on our final draft of the charge, the initial charge of the court for the jurors. when the jurors arrive, we will bring them in and swear them in, and then I'll give them the initial charge. But I want to give both sides an opportunity to review the draft of my initial charge before I give it to them to make sure that there's not any suggested changes or objection. So what I'm going to do at this point, since the jurors were not scheduled to arrive until 10, is to take a recess and go from there. I would just simply also observe that we have asked, and I think the state has asked, that the right side of the courtroom behind the district attorney's office be reserved for the family members of the victim in the case, and I believe that's been marked so appropriately. Anyone that sits on the left side, I think I'm not sure if you wanted it, but if there's a need for you to have the front row behind you for any of your staff, then we'll make sure that that takes place. Beyond that, if there's any other people that want to see this, then they can do so by, if there's room, it'll be first come, first served, and then beyond that, it'll be anyone that can watch outside on one of the TV screens. I assume we'll be broadcasting.
We do not know if you wanted that, since witnesses will be out in the hallway area.
Well, probably there's multiple opportunities for people to see this online without having to have it broadcast out. And I'm concerned about broadcasting the proceedings out in the foyer on those TVs because of that very thing, that there may be witnesses or other people who arrived that maybe haven't been put into that proceeding. So unless there's some reason to broadcast it on one of the televisions out there, I would avoid that. So.
Judge, it's hard for us to anticipate the number of people that will actually come to the courthouse to watch. So we're going to have all of our witnesses.
They're stalling.
Not have television.
We're going to skip ahead just a little bit.
Right now, it feels like we have plenty of room inside the courtroom, but is there?
We're waiting. The bench is empty. Here we go. Okay, I think they're coming back right here. Let's see if this is where we pick up. So this is a capital case. It's a murder trial from 2021. This was right before I started streaming, I think. Yes, you're seeing this is 2021. That's why they just had all that the pandemic talk. A week or so should try to get us to our next big case. This is in Tennessee. It seemed like forever ago. Let's see. Did he forget to talk? We're waiting for the jury to show up. There we go.
By the jury separately and apart than the first 10 counts after the conclusion of the jury's deliberations on counts 1 through 10. Once they reach their verdict, then we'll have another mini trial, so to speak, regarding 11.
So we've got a lot of counts here, and we need to hear those. So just 1 second. I think it's right here, but lots of charges in this one. There's a lot. There's going to be a ton. Oh my goodness, this is a beautiful courtroom. It is. I love this one. If I ever have to go to trial, let it be in the courtroom of Heavenly Wood. I think, it's beautiful. Whoever designed this, you should get like an Oscar or something. I don't know. What's the Oscar for? Is that for performance? I just gave the link just a few minutes ago. I will give it again if you want. The link is right here. If you have something to add to it, in that document, I think you can leave a comment, and you could just reference the case number, and then if you've got an update as far as the date, or if you've got an update as far as who the attorneys are, or the judge, or anything else, you can do that. We should be able to make a thumbnail again. Yes, for sure. So let's keep that in mind, how that works. Do you want me to open one already? I don't even know the, it's going to be a blank canvas is what it's going to be. It's going to be absolutely blank canvas. Let's see, 1080. We're going to call this Tennessee v. Wiggins, Stephen Wiggins. Okay, here we go.
As a result of that, we're trying to avoid anything that might in some way influence the jury. So those two counts will be considered by the jury separately and apart than the first 10 counts after the conclusion of the jury's deliberations on counts 1 through 10. Once they reach their verdict, then we'll have another mini trial, so to speak, regarding 11 and 12 to ensure that there's no prejudice involved in having those considered. Now, the other is the only other issue then is the swearing in of the additional jury officers. We have sworn in those that were present earlier. We'll go ahead and bring in all of those who are jury officers that have not yet been sworn in. They need to come in.
Would you mind addressing the community in the courtroom? They want to know if they can take still photography and use their phones.
Right.
There's no permission to view. Let's see. Oh.
All right, good afternoon, or good morning. We're going to go ahead and ask that each of you be sworn in, but before you do that, for the record, if you would each state your name and the agency of which you are a member so that the record is clear that you have been sworn in. Thank you.
Wayne Tipple, Tennessee Highway Patrol.
Andrew Perez, Tennessee Highway Patrol.
Edward Dexter, Tennessee Highway Patrol.
Holly Melton, Dixon County Sheriff's Office.
Greg Howard, Dixon County Sheriff's Office.
David Elliott, Dixon County Sheriff's Office.
All right, and I'm going to ask you each to raise your right hand and be placed under oath by the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear to take charge of this jury, keep them separate and apart from all persons, not converse with them about the matters on trial, nor permit anyone else to do so, and return them again in open court on orders of the court, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Again, I appreciate the Highway Patrol's cooperation in this so that it eliminates some issues for us regarding that matter. But I would also urge you to make sure that the jurors are safe and comfortable and kept apart from anyone, and that no one attempts to influence them. So thank you. With that, we will go ahead and ask you to step out and resume your duties. Thank you.
What are we going to count in this trial? Do we want to count y'alls because it's in Tennessee? Do we want to count objections like it just traditionally?
All right, anything then
Coughs will
further
be a little
before we
much.
bring the jury in and swear the jury?
No, you are.
All right, we are ready for the jury. Oh, let me, hold on just a second, please. Ladies and gentlemen, there are media that are here in the courtroom, and I want to address them for just a moment. This is a public proceeding, and I don't want to interfere with you doing your job, but by the same token, there is a certain requirement that we do require for the media guidelines, so to speak. There was a pull request or request for a video camera that was submitted by one of the stations, and that first come, first served is who has been allowed to have the pool camera, but any video that will be taken by the one video camera. The reason for that is to minimize the distractions that might be taking place if we have multiple cameras in the courtroom. If there were two media requests that, and who were they?
Well, there's 2 papers and 1 radio station request.
The court has, we can allow 2 still photographers under the Supreme Court's rules. And that would be on a first come, first.
The Tennessee Dixon Herald.
The Dixon Herald, and who else?
WD came in, asked to take still photography with her camera.
Anybody have any objection as long as it's done in a way that does not interfere with the proceeding?
No objection, Your Honor, as long as it doesn't.
All right. Whoever the media is, just as long as there's photography that does not show the jurors and is not distracting in any way, we'll be watching to make sure that doesn't occur. Then we'll allow those photographs to be taken. Anything else then before we bring the jury in? All right, we're ready for the jury.
Okay, so we need to decide what the counter is going to be.
And while the jury's coming in, I have informed them they are permitted but not required to wear facial coverings at any point during this proceeding. They're welcome to do so. They may change their mind about it once they see the configuration of the jury box, but other than that, it's entirely their decision. We have all of the copies.
Our thumbnail artists are hard at work already. There's not much yet. This is
ladies and gentlemen, welcome to
work in
Circuit
progress.
Court room number 5. I think this one is, in the Dixon County Justice Center. Thank you for your cooperation. At this point in time, we're going to go ahead and have you placed under oath for your obligations as a juror. So if you'll all stand, please, and let the clerk administer the oath.
You'll all, if you'll all,
Raise your right hand.
is that a y'all?
Do you solemnly swear that you will well and truly try the issues joined wherein the state of Tennessee is the plaintiff and Stephen Joshua Wiggins is the defendant, and a true and just verdict rendered according to the law and evidence, so help you God?
Yes.
You've given a copy of this to the council.
Yes, they have a copy.
We're going to give, there's 16, there should be one for each of them. Ladies and gentlemen, as I explained to you a moment ago, this is a fairly lengthy 18-page document I'm about to read to you. Rather than just assume you can hang on my every word and understand it, we're going to give you a copy of your own so that you can read along with me, and that way you will be able to better understand everything. So this will be yours for the future if you can keep it with you, or you can discard it however you wish.
So the here we go. There we go. All right, the thumbnail on the top left-hand corner.
All right, Joe, read along with me, please. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
we're going to watch.
The defendant, Stephen Joshua Wiggins, is charged in count 1 of the indictment with the crime of false report. In count 2 in the indictment, the defendant is charged with premeditated first-degree murder. In count 3 in the indictment, the defendant is charged with first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. In counts 4 and 5 in the indictment, the defendant is charged with theft of property. In counts 6 and 7 in the indictment, the defendant is charged with criminal impersonation of law enforcement. In count 8 in the indictment, the defendant is charged with tampering with evidence. In count 9 in the indictment, the defendant is charged with arson. In count 10 in the indictment, the defendant is charged with abuse of the courts. The defendant pleads not guilty to all of the offenses embraced in the indictment. Before we begin the trial, I would like to tell you a little bit about what will happen during the course of the proceedings. I want to describe basically how the trial will be conducted and what the attorneys, jurors, and judge will be doing over the course of the trial. At the end of the trial, I will give you more detailed instructions on how you're to go about reaching your decision. But now I simply want to explain how the trial will proceed. The law applicable to this case is stated in these instructions and those that follow, and it is your duty to carefully consider all of them. The order in which these instructions are given is no indication of their relative importance. You should not single out one or more of them to the exclusion of another or others, but should consider each one in the light of and in harmony with the others. The defendant has been charged by the state of Tennessee with a violation of state law. The document containing the charges is referred to as an indictment. An indictment is the formal accusation charging a defendant with a crime and is not evidence of anything. The defendant is charged in count 1 in the indictment with false report. For you to find the defendant guilty, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant knowingly made a false statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by a law enforcement officer concerning a material fact about an offense within the officer's concern, and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from apprehending the person suspected of committing an offense. The defendant is charged in count 2 in the indictment with premeditated first-degree murder. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, Sergeant Daniel Scott Baker, that the killing was intentional, and that the killing was premeditated. The defendant is charged in count 3 in the indictment with first-degree murder and perpetration of a felony. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, Sergeant Daniel Scott Baker, that the killing was committed in the perpetration of or attempt to perpetrate the alleged theft of property, and that the killing was closely connected to the alleged theft of property and was not a separate, distinct, and independent event, and that the defendant intended to commit the alleged theft of property. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree in either count 2 or count 3, then it shall be your duty, after a separate sentencing hearing, to determine whether the defendant will be sentenced to death, life in prison, without the possibility of parole, or life in prison. But you will not consider punishment for this offense at this time. The defendant is charged in counts 4 and 5 in the indictment with theft of property. For you to find the defendant guilty, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant intentionally deprived and knowingly obtained control over property owned by the Dickson County Sheriff's Office and Sergeant Daniel Scott Baker without effective consent. The defendant is charged in counts 6 and 7 in the indictment with criminal impersonation of law enforcement. For you to find the defendant guilty, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant intentionally and knowingly pretended to be a law enforcement officer for the purpose of engaging in an activity that is ordinarily and customarily an activity established by law as a law enforcement activity for the purpose of causing another to believe the person was a law enforcement officer. The defendant is charged in count 8 in the indictment with tampering with evidence. For you to find the defendant guilty, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant knew an investigation was in progress and destroyed or altered evidence with the intent to impair availability in the investigation. The defendant is charged in count 9 in the indictment with arson. For you to find the defendant guilty, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant intentionally and knowingly damaged personal property by fire without consent and to destroy for an unlawful purpose. The defendant is charged in count 10 in the indictment with abuse of a corpse. For you to find the defendant guilty, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant knowingly did physically mistreat a corpse in a manner offensive to the sensibilities of an ordinary person without legal privilege. The defendant has pled not guilty to the charges in the indictment. He is presumed innocent and may not be found guilty by you unless, after hearing all of the evidence, attorneys' arguments, and instructions of law, the 12 jurors seated in this case unanimously find that the state has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. The first step in the trial will be the attorney's opening statements. The state will tell you about the evidence it intends to present so that you will have an idea of what the state's case is about. This opening statement is not evidence. Its only purpose is to help you understand what the evidence will be and what the state will attempt to prove. After the state's opening statement, an attorney for the defendant may make an opening statement if they should so choose. Again, statements of the attorneys are not evidence. Next will be the state's case in chief, in which the state will present its evidence. The evidence in the case will most likely consist of physical exhibits, documents, and the testimony of witnesses. The witnesses will testify by answering questions asked by the attorneys. Venue of the offense lies in the county where the offense was commenced or consummated. If you find that the state has failed to prove by a preponderance of the evidence that this offense was commenced or consummated in Dickson County, Tennessee, then you must return a verdict of not guilty. After the state completes its case in chief, the defense will be given an opportunity to present evidence through witnesses and exhibits. A defendant is not required to put on any evidence or to testify. The burden is always on the state to convince you that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If the defense does present proof, the state may then put on what is known as rebuttal proof. After the state's rebuttal, the defense may put on further proof. After you have heard all of the evidence, the state and the defense may present final arguments. I previously told you that opening statements by the attorneys are not evidence. Likewise, closing arguments are not evidence. In closing arguments, the parties will attempt to summarize their cases and to help you understand the evidence that was presented. The final part of the trial occurs when I instruct you about the rules of law that you are to use in reaching your verdict. After you hear my instructions, the final 12 jurors will leave the courtroom together as a group. You will then begin your deliberations to make a decision in the case. Your deliberations will be secret, and you will not be required to explain your verdict to anyone. Now that I have described in outline form the trial itself, let me explain the functions that you and I will perform during the trial. I will decide which rules of law apply to the case. My decisions will be reflected in my responses to questions and objections the attorneys raised during the trial, as well as in my final jury instructions. It is your job to determine what the facts are from the evidence. You must then apply the law and my instructions to the facts, and from that application, you will arrive at a verdict. The state has the burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and this burden remains on the state throughout the entire case. Keep in mind that the defendant is presumed to be innocent of the charges against him. Thus, the defendant is not required to prove his innocence or to have his attorney make any statements or arguments or to produce any evidence. Reasonable doubt is that doubt created by an investigation of all of the proof in the case and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily as to the certainty of guilt. Absolute certainty of guilt is not demanded by the law to convict of any criminal charge, but moral certainty is required, and this certainty is required as to every element of proof necessary to constitute the offense. You, as jurors, must decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed the crime charged in the indictment. You must base that decision only on the evidence in the case and my instructions about the law. Witnesses will testify in response to questions from attorneys. Witnesses are first asked questions by the party who calls the witness to testify, then the other side is permitted to cross-examine the witnesses. Although evidence is presented by asking questions, the questions themselves are not evidence. An insinuation contained in a question is not evidence. You should consider a question only as it gives meaning to a witness's answer. In addition, members of the jury may ask questions of the witness if desired. The procedure for a juror to ask a question of a witness is that the question must be written down and submitted to me. Do not put your name on the question, as the questions of the jury are required to be anonymous. If a juror has a question that he or she would like to have asked of a witness, that question must be submitted in writing while the witness remains on the witness stand. At the end of the witness's testimony, the jury will be excused, and I will consider the questions of the jury on the record. Then the jury will return to the courtroom. If the question is allowed by the rules of evidence, the question will be asked either by me or by one of the lawyers. You should not place any significance upon the fact that I asked the question of the witness or whether one of the lawyers asked the question. In either event, the question is being asked of the witness solely because it was desired by a juror. The wording of the question may be altered by me, or the question may not be asked at all. If the question is altered by me, you must assume that I had a valid legal reason for altering it, and you should place no significance upon this fact, nor should you draw any inference from it. I may refuse to ask the question at all. In that case, you likewise should place no significance upon this fact, nor should you draw any inference from it. An important part of your job will be making judgments about the testimony of the witnesses who testify. You should decide whether you believe what each person says and the importance of his or her testimony. In making that decision, I suggest that you ask yourself a few questions. First, did the person impress you as honest? Second, did he or she have any particular reason not to tell the truth? Third, did he or she have any personal interest in the outcome of the case? Fourth, did the witness have any motive, bias, or prejudice that would influence the witness's testimony? Fifth, did the witness seem to have a memory of the events he or she testified about? Sixth, did the witness have the opportunity and ability to observe accurately the things he or she testified about? Seventh, did he or she appear to understand the questions clearly and answer them directly? Eighth, was the witness distracted in any way? Ninth, how did the witness look and act while testifying? 10th, was the witness making an honest effort to tell the truth, or did the witness evade questions? And 11th, did a witness's testimony differ from the testimony of other witnesses? Another factor for you to consider in evaluating a witness's testimony is whether the witness's testimony during cross-examination appeared to be contradictory, unreasonable, or improbable. However, immaterial or minor discrepancies or differences should not affect the believability of a witness unless it should plainly appear that the witness has willfully testified falsely. When a witness is thus impeached, the jury has the right to disregard his or her evidence and treat it as untrue, except where it is corroborated by other credible testimony or by the facts and circumstances proved on the trial. As the sole judges of the facts, you must determine which of the witness's testimony you accept, what weight you attach to it, and what inferences you will draw from it. The law does not, however, require you to accept all of the evidence. In deciding what evidence you will accept, you must make your own evaluation of the testimony given by each of the witnesses and determine the weight you will give to that testimony. You must decide which witnesses you believe and how important you think their testimony is. You are not required to accept or reject everything a witness says. You're free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In deciding what testimony you believe, you should rely on your own common sense and everyday experience. There is no fixed set of rules you use in deciding whether you believe a witness. In making up your mind and reaching a verdict, do not base any decisions on the fact that there are more witnesses on one side than on the other. Likewise, do not reach a conclusion on a particular point just because more witnesses testified for one side on that point. Your job is to think about the testimony of each witness you heard and decide the facts. At times during the trial, an attorney may make an objection to a question that is asked by another attorney or to an answer that a witness gives. This simply means that the attorney is requesting that I make a decision on a particular rule of law. Do not draw any conclusion from the fact that an objection was made or from my ruling on that objection. My rulings only relate to the legal questions that I must determine and should not influence your thinking. If I sustain an objection to a question, the witness will not be permitted to answer the question. Do not attempt to guess what the answer might have been had the witness been permitted to give it. Similarly, if I tell you not to consider a particular statement that was made, you should put that statement out of your mind and you may not refer to it refer to that statement in your later deliberations. In deciding this case, you may not draw any inference from an unanswered question and you may not consider testimony that you're instructed to disregard. Any arguments about objections or motions are usually required to be made by the attorneys out of the hearing of the jury. Information may be excluded because it is not legally admissible. Excluded information cannot be considered in reaching your decision. A ruling that is made on an objection or motion will be based solely upon the law. You must not infer from a ruling that I hold any view or opinion for or against any party in this lawsuit. Some of you have probably heard the terms circumstantial evidence and direct evidence. These are the two basic types of evidence that exist in law. Direct evidence is direct proof of a fact, such as the testimony of an eyewitness. Direct evidence is those parts of the testimony admitted in court which referred to what happened and was testified to by witnesses who saw, heard, or otherwise sensed what happened
I'm going to skip
firsthand.
through a little bit of this.
If witnesses testified about what they themselves saw, heard, or otherwise sensed, they
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
was staying at a hotel.
Oh, okay, I went too far. There we go.
This is Troy.
Need to hear the lawyer's name. All right, so now we start with opening statements. As far as the thumbnail goes, the rules of the thumbnail, we just need everyone to be sort of respectful of what's added. Don't add things that don't apply to the court, but themes or ideas that are appropriate to the case should be
Mr. Crouch,
kept.
if the state wishes to make an opening statement, now would be the time.
The background will probably change.
This is Troy.
Shots fired, officer down. You will hear and see those were the last words ever spoken by Sergeant Daniel Scott Baker. I'll tell you how we got here. This is what the state continues to prove. On May the 29th, 2018, the defendant was staying at a hotel in Kingston Springs, Tennessee with his girlfriend, Erica Castro Miles. On that date, there was an incident, and the defendant stole the vehicle belonging to Erica Castro Miles. He left the hotel, and police responded. There was a bolo put out by the Kingston Springs Police Department, Cheatham County Sheriff's Office, for the arrest of the defendant for theft of a vehicle. At some point on May the 29th of 2018, the defendant circled back to the Midtown Inn Suites in Kingston Springs and picked up his girlfriend, Erica Castro Miles. He, the defendant, and Erica Castro Miles, for the next 24 hours, were driving around Dixon County with various locations, but ultimately, in the early morning hours of May the 30th, the vehicle became inoperable, primarily due to a flat tire. You will see the vehicle was parked, and they stayed inside the vehicle at the intersection of Tidwell Switch Road and San Vineyard Road in Dixon County. Now, at about 6:20 a.m. on May the 30th of 2018, a citizen, resident of Dixon County, called into Dixon County Dispatch to report a suspicious vehicle. Okay? Sergeant Baker, you will see, was just about to come on shift, as he was the shift sergeant. And he responded to that dispatch call. When he arrived at the intersection of Tidwell Switch Road and San Vineyard Road in Dixon County, he saw a 1998 Saturn with two occupants. The defendant behind the driver's side, behind the wheel, and Erica Castro Miles on the passenger side. Sergeant Baker performed a standard encounter upon such a request as a suspicious vehicle. He approached the driver's side window and asked the defendant for his name, proof of identification. He also asked the passenger for his name, proof of identification. The defendant did not provide his name, his correct name. He provided a wrong name. He also provided a false social security number. We'll see. At that point in time, Sergeant Baker, in a routine traffic encounter like this, called in the license plate number of the vehicle. Boyd Robert Young, 013. Sergeant Baker had maneuvered himself from the driver's side window to the rear of the vehicle so that he could see the license plate. As he was waiting on a response, there was constant downtime in the car, just a few moments or seconds. And you will notice that the humidity and fog of that spring morning had glazed over the window. They were hard to see. At some point, dispatch radioed back to Sergeant Baker, informing him that Boyd Robert Young 013 was a vehicle that had been reported stolen, which alerted Sergeant Baker that there could be a problem, or this could be someone who's in possession of stolen. At that time, Sergeant Baker approached the driver's side window again, and he ordered the defendant to get out of the car. Thus, he wanted to do a further investigation to see what was going on. The defendant said, "I can't get out, this door won't open." The defendant continued to tell Sergeant Baker that the door will not open. The door won't open, but I have to have pliers on the inside of the car to open the door to get out. You will see this on Sergeant Baker's body. You will then see that Sergeant Baker said, "Okay, I'm going to walk around to the other side." As he was walking around the rear of the vehicle, going towards the passenger side, the defendant removed a .45 caliber high-point semi-automatic pistol. As Sergeant Baker approached the passenger side window, which had been rolled down, the defendant leveled off and shot through the passenger side window. Sergeant Baker ran backwards from the car and issued his final words, "Hold on. Shots fired, officer down." Sergeant Baker collapsed on the ground, still alive. The defendant exits the vehicle out of the driver's side door, which he had previously said was broken. He approaches Sergeant Baker and at close range executes. This is on video. The defendant immediately takes possession of Sergeant Baker's patrol unit 500, we will refer to it as Unit 500. He moves the car near Sergeant Baker's body. He opens the rear driver's side door, loads Sergeant Baker's body into the vehicle. Now the passenger, Eric Castro Miles, runs away from the scene. She is not a part of this trial. This trial was State versus Wiggins. He loads Sergeant Baker's body. He begins driving away from the scene. At which point, the defendant, pretending to be law enforcement, answers multiple radio calls from Dixon County Central Dispatch. He's thinking clearly and quickly, and he responds, 10-4, one in custody, in route, Dixon County. Other law enforcement officers on that shift overheard some concerning radio traffic. They also heard a voice that they did not recognize to be Sergeant Baker's. So they began calling on the radio and cell phone. As the defendant was driving away with Sergeant Baker's body in the rear of the vehicle, the defendant answered Sergeant Baker's cell phone, a call from Deputy Chris Lashley. And he tells Chris Lashley, pretending to be Sergeant Baker, 10-4, everything's okay. You will then see that the defendant drives to the Bear Creek Valley area of Dixon County, Tennessee. He exits the roadway and he drives through a couple of fields to a remote area that can't be seen from the road. He gets out of the vehicle. He steals the defendant, Sergeant Baker's backup weapon, which is his personal weapon, a Glock 357, and a knife belonging to Sergeant Baker. He takes Sergeant Baker's duty weapon, a Glock 9mm, pops the bird, puts that weapon, whether intentionally or by accident, leaves that weapon under the hood of the vehicle. The defendant then sets fire to Sergeant Baker and also does not see his body. He closes the doors, locks the doors, and flees. Ladies and gentlemen, you will see proof that after fleeing the scene, one of the largest manhunts in the state of Tennessee occurred. And for a little over 2 days, the defendant was at large. But he was captured and arrested. And when he was arrested, he was found in possession of the murder weapon, a .45 caliber, semi-automatic high point, which was ballistically, scientifically confirmed to be the murder weapon. He was also found in possession of Sergeant Baker's backup weapon, Block 357 and Sergeant Baker's. Upon his arrest, he was taken into custody, but first taken to the hospital, checked out, where the doctors found that he was just dehydrated. After he was rehydrated, he voluntarily interviewed, provided a statement to the TBI, which you will hear and see. In that statement, he was asked, why did you walk up and shoot Sergeant Baker in the head? And the defendant said, it's like a dog. You don't let it suffer. Ladies and gentlemen, this crime is on camera. The defendant has confessed. There's scientific testing, fingerprints, DNA, ballistic testings, all to confirm and reconfirm that the defendant committed these crimes. You will also see a video test by the TBI of the Saturn, where they demonstrate that the driver's side door is fully operational from the inside and out. The state's proof will show that the defendant was lying when he said the door won't open. The state's proof will show that the defendant set up Sergeant Baker, forced him to go to the passenger side, where the defendant could get a tactical advantage and await the moment to shoot while he was unsuspected. Not only that, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear from a witness in this case that earlier in the month of May, the defendant said, if I'm stopped by law enforcement, I will smoke their ass. At the conclusion of the state's proof, I'm going to come to you and ask you to find the defendant guilty of every single doubt. Because this case is proven not only beyond a reasonable doubt, but beyond all doubt.
Oh, it's closing. This is proven beyond not just reasonable doubt, but beyond all doubt.
Evans, you wish to make an opening statement?
More. This is going to be difficult for all of them. There's no question that on May 30th, 2018, Stephen Wiggins killed Sergeant Daniel Baker.
They admit
and he did so without excuse, without justification. You're going to be able to see from the vantage point of Sergeant Daniel Baker what transpired at Pickles Switch that morning. You're going to be able to see Sergeant Baker approach that vehicle. You're going to see Stephen Wiggins, hear him feign that the door won't open. You're going to be able to see Sergeant Baker walk around the vehicle. And you're going to see things escalate between Sergeant Baker and the vehicle when Mr. Wiggins doesn't immediately get out of the car, because he won't follow the instructions. And then you're going to see Sergeant Baker traveling on the other side of the vehicle. And you're going to hear a shot. It's horrific. You're going to be able to see Sergeant Baker as he runs through the water and collapses to the ground. And then you're going to hear 3 more shots. And then you'll see the face of Steve Wiggins standing over the sun. Mr. Wiggins puts him in the car, the patrol cruiser that he arrived in. You're going to hear Stephen Wiggins impersonate Sergeant Becker on the radio. Mr. Wiggins is going to drive to a field. And he's going to abandon the police cruiser, but not until he takes certain items. Like the prosecutor said. One of those items is the backup weapon. That's all Becker. Stephen Wiggins then sets the body on fire and flees that field. He's gone for a couple of days, manhunting ensues, and the proof's going to show that the police, law enforcement, were out. They come across Mr. Wiggins, sitting on the side of a rural road. He's still armed with the two pistols. The one that he shot Sergeant Baker with in the backup. But he peacefully surrenders. Goes in the pistol. And then you're going to get to see on the video Stephen Wiggins as he agrees to talk to law enforcement. Now, Stephen never denied shooting Sergeant Baker in that interaction. But he does lie about these things. And then you're going to hear him say, in response to a question from one of the FBI agents, like a dog. There's no question that Mr. Wiggins did. There will be no doubt in your mind, reasonable or otherwise, the conclusion of this case is satisfied. The only question that you as a jury may have is determined when you deliberate after hearing all the proof is whether or not it's premeditated. Whether or not in that moment Stephen Wiggins used reflection and judgment. The proof in this case is going to make you angry. It's going to make you angry at Steve. And I know that because it made me. And it wasn't until I was able to learn more about Steve, his life history, his life course, that I was even able to begin to fathom how something like this could happen. You as jurors have such an important job to sit and listen. It's a difficult job. And I want to assure you, the defense does not intend to put forth witnesses in this portion of the case. Our intention is to cross-examine witnesses only to the extent necessary to complete a picture. You're going to see proof from Mr. Baker's widow, Lisa Baker. And I want to assure you, for her benefit,
agreeing to everything,
benefit of Sergeant Baker's family, fellow officers, and friends, that we intend to conduct our portion of this trial in a way that maintains dignity to Sergeant Baker's family. Ever mindful of the tragic loss that all of those have suffered as a result of the attack.
The audio should get better after these openings because they're walking around the courtroom
We
away
spent
from
a lot of
the
time
mics.
together last week. And I know he's mindful of his vision, deliberate individuals, thoughtful individuals. I have no question that you're going to be able to pay attention to this case listen to the evidence.
All right, State may call your first witness.
I want to speak of Lisa Baker.
I haven't been listening for all y'alls. If we want to do a y'all counter, can we have some volunteers that keep tabs on that for me?
No, apparently we're having some difficulty with the sound. Do we have goodness?
Defense basically said, we agree with the prosecution on almost every point. That was a cough, man. Let me
Right here, where the driver's clerk is.
She sought to swear upon testimony to be in this case, be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I think is the balding man with the beard, right above the CR5 text. Middle window.
You may, Inspector, I would just ask that you speak into that microphone and make sure everyone can hear you, all right?
Inspector, will you say your full name for the court, please?
Lisa Shaw Baker,
Can you spell your first and last name?
Lisabaker.
Ms. Baker, thank you for being here today. I know this is tough. Just a couple of background questions. Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury your relationship to Sergeant Daniel Scott Baker?
He was my husband. I was widow.
And what year were you married?
2014.
And can you tell us the age of Daniel when he was murdered?
32.
Did you and Daniel have children together?
Yes, we have one daughter.
How old was she?
She just turned 5 this week.
We actually had a birthday for her during the jury selection, is that correct?
Oh, we did.
In Knoxville, Tennessee.
Yes.
How old was Meredith when her father was killed?
She was 22 months old.
2 months. In May of 2018, can you tell us where your family was living?
We lived here in Dixon County. We just bought our first house.
And your husband, Daniel Scott Baker, was a sergeant at the Dixon County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Do you remember what shift he was working in May of 2018?
He was on day shift.
You have to get up pretty early to go to that?
Yes, usually, yes.
Do you remember seeing him in the morning of May 30th, 2018, the early morning hours?
Yes, I was up getting ready for work.
And can you tell the jury what happened that day?
That morning, he left when I was making my coffee. He would always sneak a drink because he knew I wanted to drink coffee. He likes to aggravate me, so I remember him doing that, and I remember him telling going in Meredith's room and telling her about him because he was in there for a minute, so I said that's what he was doing. And then he left, and I finished getting ready for work, and I went to work.
Where were you employed at the time?
East Hillston. I'm a dental hygienist.
Dental hygienist. And you went to work that morning?
I did, yes.
What happened there?
Well, I tried to call him when I got to work, like I would every morning, just to say I made it, everything's good. So we started at 8 that day, and I got my first patient and I come home.
And was that interrupted?
Yes, and one of the front desk girls came and said, "There's an officer here that needs to see you."
What happened then?
Well, I excused myself from my patient, and then I head to the front lobby, and I remember opening the door to the lobby and seeing Buggy standing there, and the look on his face, I could tell something was wrong, but I didn't know what it was.
And you say Buggy, is he a Dixon County Sheriff's Office employee?
Yes, that's Kenny Monson.
Kenny Monson. Mm-hmm. So he had come to notify you?
Yes.
And is that how you learned that your husband had been shot?
Yes, Bucky was the one who told me, but I didn't know that until after I'd gotten home.
Well, thank you for sharing that with us. Let me back up a little bit in time to Christmas. Did you give a gift to Daniel with a weapon?
Yes, the first year we were together, I got him a Glock 357.
Okay. So, what did Daniel do with the Glock 357? Was that something?
It was to be used as a backup weapon.
Okay. And would you see him carry it on a daily basis as his backup weapon?
Yes, I would see him with it on several occasions. Sometimes it stayed in his police car, so I didn't see it every day, but I knew that.
How did you know that he wanted a 357 as a backup weapon?
When there was something that Daniel wanted, then he made it known. He dropped hints here and there. So I knew that's what he wanted. He even had it lined up at the sportsman store. If she comes in, this is the one I want.
Well, did you attempt to fool him that Christmas?
Yes, because I did that every year. But I would wrap something, if it was small, I would wrap it in several sizes, boxes. I even put bricks in this one to make it, try to mask what it is.
And you actually have a video of surprising him with this gift, is that correct?
I did.
Without objection, we would like to play that.
No objection.
All right.
Wait, for the record, what did you say you think it is? No, you said. Whitney, help me with the packing. Whitney. Okay, I'm gonna show this video to people. Now move the big box out of the way. It's a decoy. I can see it. It was a little too easy to get in the box. Holy crap. Silence is probably good.
Oh, what's that?
Oh, is that not what you wanted?
I don't know what to say.
Is that not what you wanted?
Yes.
You did not, it's not going on.
Is it fair to say that is what he wanted?
Yes.
Lot 357.
Mm-hmm.
Move a copy of the video first exhibit in this trial.
Look, it is Exhibit 1.
Ms. Baker, if you could just spend a few more minutes with us, that would be great. I have a few photographs of your husband, Daniel, and yourself with Daniel and Meredith that I would like to introduce if you could identify those folks. Have the first one up, please. And can you identify this photograph?
Yes, that's Daniel fishing.
Is it fair to say he was an outdoorsman?
Yes, yes. We had to coordinate any activity around what season it was.
What season it was? Move that as Exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2.
Ms. Baker, if you could identify the next photo, please.
And this is Daniel and Meredith at birthday party.
And is the photograph that you're holding the same that we see on the screen?
Yes.
I'll move that as Exhibit 3.
This is Exhibit 3.
And this is Daniel and Meredith at the party.
And is the photo you're holding match what we see on the screen?
Yes.
Move that as Exhibit 4.
This is me and Daniel and she was getting on.
And is the photograph you're holding match what we see on the screen?
Yes.
Move that as Exhibit 5.
The law in Tennessee has actually changed since this case.
And the final photograph.
And they can't introduce all these pictures like they did before. Now we just get the one picture.
That's right. It's me, Meredith, and Daniel.
And Meredith appears to be a little bit younger in this photograph. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And is the photograph you're holding match what we see on the screen?
Yeah.
Move that as Exhibit 6. Thank you for your testimony. Pass it, please.
Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Ms. Baker, you may sit down. State may call your next witness.
Your Honor, state the call, Linda Nichols.
We're not getting any y'alls.
Got 6 exhibits. Come forward, please, ma'am, and raise your right hand and be placed under oath.
solemnly swear that the testimony given in this case be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you would state your name for the court, please.
Linda Nichols.
And if you would spell your first and last name.
It's Linda, last name Nichols.
Thank you. Ms. Nichols, what do you do for a living?
I'm the director of the Cheatham County 911 Center.
Now, if you would, tell us about some prior experience you had that led to your position as director.
I've been in public safety for 33 years now. Started out as a line level dispatcher, worked up the ranks to director. Previously was in Dixon County and then moved to Cheatham County about 6 years ago as a director.
Now, if you would, discuss the specific training that, as you said, a line level dispatcher goes through in order to perform their job.
So there's requirements set down by the state, training guidelines that each dispatcher has to do. You have to have basic phone communicator, CPR, missing children. There's all kinds of guidelines that they have down that you have to have as a dispatcher.
If you would, tell the jury some of the duties that a dispatcher conducts.
So on a day-to-day basis, they're taking 911 calls from citizens who are calling in with maybe medical emergencies, law enforcement, whatever type the case may be. They're doing radio traffic from police, fire, EMS units, answering admin phone lines.
Are there any, in what other ways may a dispatcher assist law enforcement?
They do, I guess you could call it kind of investigative work for them. You know, they're running driver's license, car tags, sending out teletypes, that type of thing across the nationwide computer system.
What are teletypes?
It would be a message that they would send out, any type of situation maybe that law enforcement is working on, stolen cars, missing persons, that type of thing.
You mentioned a nationwide computer system. Could you describe that, please?
NCIC, National Crime Information Center. It's run by the FBI. You run driver's license, car tags, criminal histories. You send out the teletypes through that. Just any type of investigative. It's only used for law enforcement purposes.
Now, do dispatchers in Cheatham County input that information themselves?
Yes, sir.
All right, if you would, I want to discuss the E911 system and how it actually works. If you would walk us through what happens when someone calls to the 911 center.
So if someone calls in on 911, it's going to, obviously it rings there in the center. The dispatcher will answer the phone. We have it's called a CAD system, computer-aided dispatch, where they will create a complaint card that will have the information of where the person's calling from, the caller's name, their phone number, what type of call for service it is, and then they add notes to that complaint card as to what's going on with the call.
Is that done in every situation, in every call that comes in?
Yes, sir. If it's something that requires response by law enforcement, police, fire, you know, if somebody calls in just asking a general question, they know they wouldn't create one. But if they're requiring service from some of the emergency services, then yes, a card is made.
What happens with this card once the data is placed in the computer?
Once the call is completed, it's saved on a hard drive on our computer system.
Are calls recorded?
Yes, sir. Every call that comes into the center is recorded on a recorder. It's also saved to a hard drive on the computer, on the recorder.
So how are 911 calls, the recordings, matched up with the complaint card?
The call is recorded, and the complaint card is issued what they call a complaint number, a specific number to that incident, and then you can track them by that complaint number.
What, I guess, is the 911 center the only agency that uses that complaint number?
No, it would be specific to whatever, whether it be police, fire, or EMS, they would use that as their report number as well.
Now, you talked about how this data is stored. Are you able to recall the calls or the complaint cards?
Yes, sir. It's saved. We never delete the stuff. It's saved to a hard drive.
Are you required to store that information?
We are, yes, sir.
Is that by law?
Yes, sir.
Now, how are these complaint cards, how are they generated if you need to go pull them up later on down the road?
We just go into our CAD system and search for whatever information we have, whether it be by the day of the incident. Maybe we have the actual case number. We can search by that. We can search by address. Just there's all different ways that you can search to find the complaint.
Is that the same with the call recordings?
Pretty much by the day. We search that by the day.
Okay.
That's time.
Your Honor, let me approach the witness.
You may.
Ms. Pickles, I'm going to ask you to review that document and tell us what it is.
This is a complaint card for CAD operation reports, what the official title is. This is what would be filled out if somebody called in for service.
All right, let's talk about the specific report. If you would, tell the jury, or I guess walk them through the very top of the report that states call detailed information.
Okay, so you can see it says call number. That's what I refer to as a complaint number. It's basically the year, the month, the day, and then at midnight it starts out at 001, and then as each call comes in, the numbers progress.
The taker would be the dispatcher's name that actually took the complaint call or took the call. Position would be what console number that they were setting at when they were logged into the computer to do this. The next over the date and time would be, of course, the date and the time that the call came in. The next line down, the complaint, this one in particular says requested officer. Shows the priority on the call, how it was received, and this one it says 911. It could be, have like cell phone or admin line, and then it will give you the address, incident location. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
And if there was an apartment involved, it would go across with the address.
So in this particular report, what date and time was a call received to 911?
So this call was received on May 29, 2018 at 5:39:38 in the morning.
And what was the location of the incident?
123 Lavin Hills Road in Kingston Springs.
Are you familiar with that location?
Yes, sir.
And what's the name of that location?
It's Motel Midtown Inn Suites. It's had a couple of different names. Connor Lodge.
And when you get an address for a location, such as 123 Lavin Hills Road, what sort of information are the dispatchers able to call up in their system?
They can look back. It'll give you a little block that says previous calls, and you can look at every previous call that was at that address.
And in this particular case, looking at this report, how are you able to tell what happened in a call?
So if you look at the bottom under the narrative, this is notes that the dispatcher has added. Whatever the caller is telling them, they add that to the complaint card and save it, so that maybe another dispatcher is actually dispatching the call, and they can see the information that's being received.
Could you talk about that particular, what you said, another dispatcher actually dispatching the call?
I'm sorry.
So I guess I'm asking, are you saying that one dispatcher may receive the call and another dispatcher
Actually dispatch it to the police or fire or whoever.
And so when the dispatcher that took the call receives information, the dispatcher dispatching an officer, for instance, are they able to see that information?
Yes, sir.
And is that in real time?
Yes, sir.
And in this particular case, what was the nature of this call?
So this one was labeled as a requested officer.
And what was requested based on this report?
They wanted an officer to come out due to, it looks like a maybe a domestic type situation.
Is the name given in this particular of the subject?
Yes, sir. The second note there, it says the person's name is Steve, unknown last name.
And in this particular case, I guess let's talk about the next line down from that. It's at 5:29, 2018 at 5:43 and 31 seconds in the morning. If you could, would you read for the jury what it says in this note?
It says he just left in a brown 98 Saturn car. The tag was BRY310. Puppy paws on back window, got on interstate, possibly headed back towards Dixon.
And with information like this, just to be perfectly clear, where is that information coming from?
That's what the caller is telling the dispatcher.
And based on your knowledge of this particular matter, did one of your dispatchers put out a BOLO for this particular automobile?
Yes, sir. They called Dixon and gave it to them over the phone, and then I believe once the officers actually did the report, they sent out a teletype with the information across NCIC.
Your Honor, I asked to make this report the next exhibit in the trial.
Well, like the exhibit 7, I think.
All right, Ms. Nichols, I'm going to ask that Mr. Etheridge play some audio for us, and then once it's done, I'll ask you a couple of questions.
Your Honor, may we approach?
No. Does this need to be on the record?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
All right, there might be some banging and saw noises happening. So. Okay, just 1 second here. Click a button. Alrighty, okay. Robin, you should have an email. I took care of it. Sorry for the delay. (911) dispatcher is a tough job. Yeah, incredible people.
All right, Mr. Wyatt, what exactly is this piece of evidence you're wanting to play?
Your Honor, this is a recording of the E911 call made by one of our upcoming witnesses, Ms. Lear Bond Sr., who is clerk at the Midtown Inn and Suites. In that audio, you can hear Ms. Bond Sr. making the phone call. You do hear Ms. Castro Miles in the background kind of narrating what happened. And then at a certain point, Ms. Castro Miles gets on the call, gives a description that Mr. Wiggins has left in her car, the brown Saturn. She gives a license plate to E911, which then is, Ms. Nichols testified, put into a bolo.
All right. And the purpose of playing the video, I mean, this witness has identified that this was a plate number of the car that was reported stolen. She's already got that in the record, correct?
Yes.
All right. So what is the purpose in playing the actual recording? I'm just wanting to get it into the record.
So the jury's fully aware of what occurred that morning so that they can see how this progressed. In particular, it'll later go to show how Mr. Wiggins, through other witnesses, how he left, situations under which he left, and then when he eventually came back and picked her up. So that state can show that the car was reported stolen, that led down the series of events that lead us here to today.
All right, let me hear from the defense.
Your Honor, to play the audio itself is absolutely improper. I mean, it's any statement by Ms. Castro Miles is hearsay. It's testimonial in nature. She was going to make allegations against Mr. Wiggins about the dynamics of whatever dispute may or may not have been going on, or what was going on inside that room that night. Has no bearing on this trial whatsoever. Has no bearing on what the purpose of the 911 call is intended for. Is that there was a bolo and a report of a stolen vehicle. That's been established and can be established through the report that's already been put into evidence. It would be unduly prejudicial to Mr. Wiggins to try to put him in a position to have to try to litigate the veracity of what Ms. Castro Miles is saying when she will at no time be a part of this proceeding. Your Honor, and again, it's not relevant. So it's unduly prejudicial. It's not legally or logically relevant. We'd ask that the audio itself be excluded.
In response, Your Honor, this falls under the business record exception for the hearsay rule, as well as there's excited utterances that take place. Based on Your Honor's prior rulings regarding the theft of the vehicle and the possession of a firearm on that morning, where the state's allowed to put in evidence of those two issues, the state redacted statements made between the caller and the dispatcher in reference to the alleged assault that occurred. So that information has been stricken out prior to Your Honor's prior ruling. This ultimately.
So if I'm understanding correctly, then this recording that you have has already been redacted to deal with that particular situation?
Yes.
Then let's play the recording. It's not very lengthy. Let's play the recording, let it be demonstrated, and then we'll determine whether or not it presents an issue.
Okay, so the jury is out. You're right, Amy. They sent them out. Sorry, there's a lot of banging here. I can't hear very well.
we're gonna have,
Can you send the police to Midtown Suite? I have a guy in one of the rooms here who's got a gun.
What's he purpose to do?
I wanted, well, he just threw this girl out with no clothes on, so got on the office here.
And he didn't write what much does he have?
What kind of, she doesn't know.
What was he doing?
Are they called fire? Huh?
What were they drinking? What were they doing that started this?
No,
Okay, what were they doing that started this?
I don't know, so, what party is it? I don't know. It's the year's walk. No, I'm doing alcohol.
What room then?
121.
Alright, hang on one second. Don't make
He's down here naked in the office. I had to throw his hat on.
Yeah, hang on one second, okay?
Thank you.
Appreciate it, Vicky. We do have to be sensitive to individuals, family members, and everything else. I think there's an officer image on the thumbnail that's reference to the defendant who impersonated an officer. So I think that's what should be represented. We obviously want to be very respectful in all cases.
Is he her boyfriend or husband or?
Kind of, sort of.
Okay, what's his name? Yeah, I hear it. And what was your name?
My name is Blair. I work at third shift. Feels like I'm always calling you.
Okay, that's fine. And you wasn't hurt or anything except his name was? Okay. And what's your callback number?
It is 615-952-2900.
952-2900?
Yes, sir. She just said, what's your name? In her car. It's a 98. Here, hold on a minute. It's a 98 Saturn Series license plate BRY 310.
The 98 Saturn?
Yeah, he just got on the other day. He thought he had a source Dixon. It's brown and it's got puppy paws on the driver's side back window and live love and pet on the passenger side rear window. And it's got a California flag and the sugar skull on the middle of the windshield.
So you think your mom's there back on 6?
Yeah, probably. I don't. She came with all his stuff and before.
Okay. And you don't know his last name?
I can't see him in just 1 minute.
Wait, on the way, gotta come on the way. If you just think of the phone back, okay?
Okay.
All right, thanks.
my concern, Mr. Wyatt, is that essentially, I understand it may be an excited utterance exception, but we're talking about a Sixth Amendment right of confrontation, and we have this statement by the co-defendant whose case has been severed for the very reason that we're, dealing with and trying to ensure that there's not any Sixth Amendment right of confrontation. So it seemed to me that it's not necessary to play this audio. I assume you have other witnesses who can. I think we even had pretrial hearings where the officer who responded to the scene testified, but it seems to me that it's already been established that the vehicle was reported stolen. If that's the only importance of the audio, then it was, I think, erring on the side of caution would mean that we need to exclude the audio. There's no objection. There's no contention by the defense that it was not reported stolen. So I think that otherwise, we've got an issue with her coming in making accusations, and obviously her voice conveys emotion and upset that may go to the other crimes and other bad acts issues. So I think we need to exclude the video and let her go ahead and she's testified that already the vehicle was reported stolen. Other witnesses can testify about the facts of the event, but otherwise can avoid some of the issues by this reporting. So I sustain the defendant's objection. Now, at this point, you have other questions for this witness? I wanted to know that before we bring the jury in, so I just was going to find out for sure. Normally, they're going to take the jury to lunch today and away from the scene, so we need to make sure that we are giving enough time for them. Never mind.
Question, you asked about questions, Your Honor. No, I have no further questions.
Are you going to have questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
What time are they going to bring the food in?
They're working on getting it here now.
After this witness, does the state have additional short witness, or is it going to be more lengthy one?
Judge, they're all going to be 15 to 20 minutes.
Well, if you have one that can be 15 to 20 minutes, that'd probably work out pretty well. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in. So.
Bring the jury. So I'm not sure what the background is going to be on this thumbnail. Right now we have it a heavenly sort of picture, sort of like Heavenly Wood, the courtroom. Not sure if we want to do more of a crime scene situation or keep it heavenly. It will be the... Oh my goodness. What we have right now is right here in the corner. If you have an idea to add to it, you might want to add it to the image dump page, especially if you're not comfortable adjusting or working with lots of layers of images.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. As I explained to you in the opening instructions I gave you, from time to time I'm going to have to consider and make rulings on certain issues, and the responsibility for that falls to me and no one else. I have ruled that there's really no need for the playing of this audio because it raises some issues that I have already previously ruled on. So I have ordered that the audio is not going to be played. Don't try to guess what that audio may have said anything on it. This witness has identified that the vehicle that we're talking about was reported stolen, and during that phone call, the record of that 911 call is being introduced to substantiate that. There's no need for us to listen to the audio recording to further establish that. So thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Nichols. Pass the witness. No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. You may be released, and state may call your nextwitness. Thank you.
Your Honor, the state calls Ms. Lear Bonsignor.
I'm sorry, repeat that.
Ms. Lear Bonsignor.
We've lost our signal to the screen, but I assume that's what's his name.
Don't have any other stuff.
That's fine. You've got that. My expectation is after the following of this witness, we'll probably break for lunch. So.
Sir, may we approach?
You may. On or off?
Can you guys hear this? It's like shaking my whole studio. If you have a suggestion to change the background, you might want to, if you want to make a change, you might want to drop it in the image dump, the image drop page, which is just below. So you can scroll down from the existing thumbnail, which is right here. You can scroll down. Let me show you here. You can scroll down, and down below there's an image dump page. You can put suggestions down there. They don't have to be full size, but that way people who are more comfortable working with the layers can adjust them. I've posted the link for Canva a couple times. I'm going to post it one more time. It's right here in chat. We're going to stop posting it soon because it gets a little confusing with a billion people in it. But it's up right now. So copy it down and save it. Deb, if possible, I'd like to just use the images that are available in Canva. If you need it, if you see an image that's available only for pro users, you can make a request and I'll pull it in because I'm a pro user. There are a couple of pro users out there that might be able to grab it as well. I have a little
cubbyhole back here that I can go to avoid trying to whisper, since I can't hear everything as well as I'd like to. So when we go back there in the corner, it's just to talk about something that's off the record. It's a procedural issue, nothing that you need to necessarily worry about. Okay?
Do you solemnly swear upon the testimony given this case to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, Jessica? I do.
Chair right here, speaking directly to the mic.
Ma'am, we're going to ask you to move up as closely to that microphone as you can so that we can be sure to hear and understand everything you have to say, please.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
For the record, Ms. Bonsignor, could you please say your first name and spell your last name as well?
My first name is Lear, and my last name is Bonsignor, Bonsignor.
Thank you. And in 2018, Ms. Bonsignor, how are you employed?
I worked a third shift at the Midtown Inn.
And where is the Midtown Inn?
Kingston Springs, Bleeding Hills Road.
Is that in Cheatham County?
Yes, ma'am.
What shift were you working then?
Third shift.
And do you remember approximately what kind of hours that might have been at the time?
For a while, it was a 16-hour thing, and then I think we switched to like 11 o'clock till 8 in the morning.
Okay. Were you working at the Midtown Inn and Suites on May the 29th, 2018 in the early mornings?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember an incident that happens when you come to the office that stood out in your memory?
I do.
Could you explain to the court what you observed?
I had a young woman come to the office and she didn't have any clothes on and she was upset, crying.
Did she require police assistance?
Well, I thought she did.
Did you make a 911 call?
I did.
Is there video footage at 123 Lyman Hills Road at the Midtown Inn and Suites?
Yes, ma'am, there is.
Okay. And could you describe for the jurors what the hotel consists of? Is it 1 story, 2 story?
It's 2 stories. I think it has 25, 26 rooms.
And there's surveillance cameras that are there?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are the surveillance cameras focused?
On the rooms.
Is it
in the office?
Is it outside in the parking lot?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to put a still up. Do you recognize what this is an image of?
I do. It's the motel.
Okay. And it says down at the bottom of camera 8. Are you familiar with the view of this?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. And could you explain where this camera is sitting in relationship to roadways and roads?
It is sitting in the trees trying to show the parking lot and the rooms.
Is it facing outwards to the road that leads into the hotel?
Yes, ma'am.
On the right-hand side, the building that's there, is that the hotel? On the right-hand side of the video?
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Are those the hotel rooms?
Yes, ma'am.
Up in the right-hand corner of the screen, do you see a date and a timestamp?
I do. 5:49.
AM?
AM.
Is that on May the 29th, 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
So have you reviewed this video? Is it an accurate depiction of the area at the time?
Certainly is, yes.
I've got it switched back to objection counter right now. I don't think we've had any yet. Possibly one. I think the judge sort of made that objection. But if there's any other suggestions for the counter.
I believe based on conference, we need to have a jury out at this point.
All right, round two. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll step across the way. The reason we're doing this is because I've made some preliminary rulings and motions before this court, before we started the trial, and I just need to make sure that this video is going to reflect my ruling, so that's why we're doing it. Thank you. All right, with the jury out, we're going to play this recording to make sure, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, and we have several, these are small snippets of a much larger video, so if we could just walk through all of those, I think.
Let's go through them all so that we don't make the jury have to get out any more than we have to.
Yes, please.
Is there a way to dim the lights even more? Is that, okay, that's fine.
The technology in this courtroom has come along.
Yeah. And that's the first video, Your Honor.
All right.
And this is the second video.
Looks like a still image to me. Not seeing any movement at all on the video. Okay. Car. Person. Another car took off.
And that's the conclusion of the second video, Your Honor. Which is the third video.
I hope this comes with an explanation because I don't understand what I'm looking at. Parking lot, a couple people walking through it, and cars driving back and forth. The witnesses are only allowed to be there from the shoulders up. So these are all shoulder up witnesses. I think we need like a Beethoven bust on the image to represent all the witnesses who were chopped off at the neck. Still not seeing anything. Torsos are overrated. This is like a motel parking lot camera, security camera. And I believe this is where the defendant's vehicle left from. Don't know the whole significance of the lady who came running up asking for help or who needed police help. There's a lot of headroom for the witness. The space between the top of the head and the top of the head.
Third video, Your Honor.
Judge's not impressed. He's like, this is all you got?
This is the fourth video.
Oh, here comes a car. Here comes a car. Oh, here it goes. That was it. We believe the guy with the beard and might be bald, wearing a white shirt, sort of the bottom left-hand corner area of the middle picture on top. We believe that's the defendant.
Más que nada, por favor.
Not sure how many videos there are. They're giving water to somebody who's coughing in court. Or actually one of the jurors, I think.
Más que nada, por favor. And still that's what we anticipate from one of the videos. That's it.
That it?
That's it.
Anything from the defense outside the presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, we renew objection to video number 1.
You're right, the jury is out.
Video, Your Honor recalls, it was played that depicted what the prosecution reports to be Ms. Castro Miles walking naked from the room to some other location. Your Honor, several reasons. One, it's not relevant to this proceeding. What condition she was in when she made appearance into the hotel lobby and to meet with the hotel personnel and call 911, because that triggers the next concern of 404B, is getting into the substance of other act evidence, because essentially it puts facts into evidence regarding what state Ms. Castro Miles was in, her demeanor, all those things that were going on, which are in no way relevant to the facts that the state is intending to prove, which is the car was stolen, that was reported stolen, and that essentially that Mr. Wiggins gets in the car and takes the car. That's video 2. I think that's a different story if they're trying to prove that he took the car. So he had the car. But video 1 and getting into the substance, digging down into whatever the circumstances were that led to that, I think it's our position are irrelevant, and they're unduly prejudicial, and again, it triggers 404B, and again, leads to an issue where I think the jury's confused.
Can we also count the number of times they leave?
I previously issued a ruling on this that I found by clear and convincing evidence that this situation and these facts were in fact clear and convincing. It appeared to me to be relevant to the whole story as the reason that the encounter between the victim and the defendant and co-defendant on May 30th, when the car was still listed as stolen. That was my original ruling. I see no reason to change that. I note the defense's objection to it. I don't see anything in particular in that video that would indicate to me that there was any reason why there would be anything. Whatever the first video was very grainy footage, and I don't believe it to be anything that would be prejudicial per se. All right. Anything before we bring the jury back?
Oh, yeah.
So for clarification, Your Honor, all 5 of those videos fall under your ruling.
Correct. All 5 videos will be allowed as evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, do we want to count the number of times that the judge and the attorneys leave the jury's presence as well?
And the still photo, Your Honor, as well.
Because the jury is sort of excluded from that as well. So that would add 1 more to the count. That's a good request here by Vicky. Can we stick to courtroom drawing out images for thumbnail so it isn't just a block of blocks?
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, again for your patience. We're going to break for lunch after this particular witness, but they're going to play some videos for you and some photographs that will be demonstrated on the screen.
Your Honor, Ms. Monsignor, to review, on May the 29th, 2018, early in the morning, you previously stated that a woman showed up to the office and she was not clothed. Upon learning that she was not clothed, did you make any phone calls?
I called the police.
Okay. And do you know if did the police respond to 123 Lyman Hill Road?
Yes.
And we had previously shown a still image of a video that you had described as the outside of the Midtown Inn and Suites. Is that the?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If we could please play that video now. Now, Ms. Monsignor, do you recognize what that is a surveillance video of?
Mm-hmm.
What is it?
Ms. Castro.
Where's the office located?
You cross that highway divider thing there, and it's about 500 feet.
Is she moving towards the direction of where you were in the office?
Yes, ma'am.
Play the next. Ms. Monsignor, at the top, do you have a date and time again?
5/29, 2018, 2:35 a.m.
Play that, please.
5:52. Sorry.
And I could ask her to pause the video there. Ms. Monsignor, what were you observing in this video?
The defendant leaving?
And did he head towards an automobile?
Yes.
Can you tell if the door was opened?
I think it wasn't from the beginning.
Did he open the car door?
I think so.
If you could rewind that, please, so you can play that.
Looks like he did.
So he did open the car door?
Hey, Pickles and Zoe. Good to have you here. We've missed you. Welcome back.
You want the next view?
So the
Ms.
image.
Monsignor, do you recognize again what this is, the same camera?
Yes.
And can you read the date and the time, please?
5/29/2018, 7:53:20 a.m.
And so this is about 2 hours after the last video.
The image in the top left-hand corner is the work in progress thumbnail that we use to remind us of the different facts and occurrences during this trial. I think we have about, I don't know, 50 or 60 people editing it right now. And appreciate you guys working together. Keep the images appropriate. Remember, we're respectful to all the members of the victims and the witnesses and everything on there. Do try, if you have a suggestion, don't know how it works best, instead of putting it on the image itself, you might want to scroll down, like this. Let's see. Let's do it right. Close this one. Hang on. I want to scroll down to this next page and suggest images. Like we've got a background suggestion here. That's an idea. We might be able to blend the road and the heavens together with some creative cropping. But appreciate you guys. You're doing a great job. So on the jury yeeted counter, I need a clarification. Are we going to include also the times that the judge yeets the attorneys into the cubby? Because the jury's sort of kicked out all the other
Can you again identify what this video is?
It is the defendant leaving the room.
No, identify the date and.
Oh, I'm sorry, 5/29/2018, 7:58. 48 a.m.
Okay, so this is a few minutes after the previous video.
Son is now up on the roof.
Ms. Von Senior, there appeared to be another person, a new person in this film that was wearing white. Who was that? Me. Was you? And where were you walking to?
I had walked to the room because I thought that her brother was coming to pick her up. That's what I was told.
And when you walked down there, can you describe who you encountered?
Detective.
And can you describe the conversation that you had with him?
I didn't know he was the defendant at the time, but I thought it was the brother, and I just said, "Oh, you're leaving out. Well, take care. Everybody do good. Good luck."
At any time, did Mr. Wiggins identify himself at that point as Mr. Wiggins?
Need you to make a verbal response, ma'am.
Oh, sorry. No.
And the last video, please. And Ms. Von Senior, if you could read the date and the time of this video, please.
5/29/2018, 8:01:35 a.m.
And again, that's just several minutes, a few minutes after your encounter.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Your Honor, we would move all 5 of these videos as collective exhibit number 9.
All right, collective exhibit 9. Exhibit 9, what's 8?
Just 9.
Just make it exhibit 9 since now on this exhibit 8 would pick up the. It would be. Exhibit 8, category 57.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I wrote the still picture down with exhibit 8. She hasn't into that yet.
We'll mark this as exhibit 8. The videos are exhibit 8. The still photograph that we're about to deal with is next.
Ms. Monsignor, I painted you a photo. Is that the same photo that's up on the screen right now?
Yes.
And is that a still from one of the videos that we had just looked at?
Yes.
Or we'll move this as the next exhibit.
This will be marked as exhibit 9.
Now, Ms. Monsignor, you said that when you went back down to the hotel room to check, you believed that Ms. Cashmaw's brother was there.
Mm-hmm.
Why did you believe that her brother was coming?
Because a man had made a phone call to the office inquiring about Ms. Castro. She was okay. The police were still there.
I think so.
Any questions?
No questions.
Thank you, ma'am. You may be released. Thank you.
Has defense done no questions for any of the witnesses?
It's appropriate to us break for lunch. So we're going to go ahead. I think they're bringing your lunch in for you, so we will allow you to go to the jury room and have lunch. It is 12:25. Let's break for lunch until 1:30. 1:30. All right.
I'm not getting much to talk. I'm not getting much to talk.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me just remind you again that although we've started the evidence and you're hearing some of this testimony, your duty is not to discuss this case or what you just watched. All right. Avoid any discussion about it till we get to the end. Thank you. We'll stand in recess. 1:30.
All rise.
All right, as they go to lunch, we are going to skip
Court in
ahead.
recess.
I think we might take a lunch as well. Let's see. I think we've got a little bit. I think we have 2 bits of today. Let's see. Oh, there we come back. Wait for the judge. Wait for the judge right there. Okay. There we go. Okay, I think the judge is coming in just a second. There he is. All right, we are just beginning this trial of this guy who's charged with basically committing every crime in the book, including shooting a police officer, lighting the car on fire afterwards.
Take up other than wait for the district attorney general.
The defense is basically saying we're not going to dispute any of the evidence because it all happened, but we just don't think it was premeditated. So all they're trying to do is keep him from the death penalty.
You could turn your mic up so they could hear you. Because
All right. All right, anything we need to take up before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jury in. exhibit 9, correct?
Just didn't know.
That's what I meant, the 9, I have 9 exhibits, that's correct, right?
Yes, sir.
If you see something on the thumbnail that you think needs to be removed, can you please just move it down to the page below? We want to try to keep a lot. Oh my goodness, that's a good. You guys are really good. Look at that, the heavenly sky and the road both coming together there. That looks amazing. I think that was the judge drumming his fingers on the desk.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we don't have any hearing impaired equipment, but we will try to make sure that the microphones are turned up so everybody can hear correctly. If there's any issues with that, let me know, please. All right, then I believe we're ready for the state's next witness.
We're the state we call Angela Ezel.
Okay.
This is a Mind Lab hat. It's a metal detecting company that I like. I have one of their detectors and love it. Not a sponsor, but I'd like them to send me another one.
Stand right here, face forward, raise your right hand this morning.
You solemnly swear affirm testimony given in this case be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, yes.
You may ask.
Thank you, Art. Good afternoon. If you would state your name for the court.
Angela Ezel,
If you would spell your first and last name, please.
Angela Ezella.
Thank you. Ms. Ezel, where do you live?
Chapas Ventura Road in Bonacqua.
And if you could, for the jury who's not familiar with this area, could you kind of describe where that is in relation to Dixon County?
It is exactly a mile from the Dixon County line off the Dixon County side.
Is that to the south? County?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to take us back to May of 2018. Where were you working in May of 2018?
RJ Young from Nashville.
And were you working there on May 30th of 2018?
I was.
Now, when you went to work each day from your residence, how did you get to work?
I left my house and went down Sam Vineyard and turned up Tidal Switch to come to the interstate in Dixon.
And so when you're on Sam Vineyard to Tidwell Switch, did you take a right or a left?
Take a right onto Sam Vineyard, a left on the Tidal Switch.
Now, the intersection of Sam Vineyard and Tidwell Switch, is it a four-way intersection?
No, there are two paved roads. Sam Vineyard is paved, Tidal Switch is paved, and there's a little dirt road that cuts off to the right.
All right. Now, once you turn left on this Tidwell Switch, what roads did you take to the interstate?
Tidal Switch, and then I turned onto 46 to interstate at exit 172.
And then you took Interstate 42 to where?
At that time, it was 809 Division Street in downtown Nashville.
Thank you. Now, did you always take that route?
Always.
How long had you been working for RJ Young at that point?
10 years.
Did anybody ever ride with you to work?
Yes, my niece rode with me to work for 2 years.
Did she on May 30th of 2018?
She did ride with me that morning. I stopped at the Colton's and Dixon right before the interstate and picked her up.
What time did you typically leave for work?
Around 6 a.m.
And what time did you typically pick up your niece?
Around 6:15.
So on the morning of May 30th, 2018, did you take that same route you always took?
Yes.
Was there anything out of the ordinary that morning?
Yes, sir. When I approached the intersection of Sam Vineyard and Tittle Switch, there was a car parked on the wrong side of the road facing the wrong direction.
Now, should have asked you this a minute ago, but what type of vehicle did you drive at the time?
I was in a F-150.
2-door, 4-door?
4-door.
And what type of car did you see?
A sedan, 4-door, probably 90s model car.
What color?
Light tan or pewter gray tan kind of color.
And so when you were coming up Sam Vineyard, you said that it was in the wrong side of the road. If you could, to the best of your ability, describe where the car was in relation to how the road was laid out.
And so the car was on the left-hand lane, just at the mouth of the road, basically. So it was sitting facing the wrong direction against the flow of traffic at the end of the road, right as Tittle Switch would turn into Sam Vineyard.
Did you notice anything in particular about the car?
I noticed that the back windows were fogged up, like it had been sitting there for a while, and there were 2 occupants in the car, a male in the driver's seat and a female in the passenger seat.
Were all the windows fogged?
I could not see the driver's side as it was up against the opposite side of the road, but definitely the back windows that I could see were fogged. The front passenger window was fogged, but it was also down about 3 inches, so I could see into the car.
And so, if you would, just to make sure it's clear, how were you able to see in through a window into the car?
Because I was in the F-150, it sets up pretty high compared to a sedan. So I had to, as I slowly went around the car, because I didn't know why it was sitting in the middle of the road, I had a straight line of sight down into the car through the lower passenger window as well as the front windshield.
Were you able to see a really good picture of who those individuals were?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you end up making any sort of report?
I did. I did not feel at the time that it was 911 emergency status because I didn't feel like anyone's life was on the line. And I did not have a number for dispatch. So I waited until I picked my niece up and had her Google the phone number for dispatch, and we called at that time and made a report of the car.
Now, which dispatch did you call?
Dixon dispatch.
And what did you tell the dispatch?
That there was a car sitting on the wrong side of the road and that the occupants appeared to be either passed out or sleeping.
Now, these individuals that you saw, did you ever see them again after that day?
Not in person, no.
What do you mean not in person?
Like I saw them on the news.
Okay. No questions. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Any questions?
No questions.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down and you are released. State may call your next witness.
This state calls Kim Wingate.
Defense, I don't think, has asked any questions of any witnesses yet. We've seen this before.
I swear upon testimony given in this case, be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you. I do.
Good afternoon, Ms. Wingate. Could you please say your full name and spell your last name for the court reporter?
Kimberly Lynn Wingate, Wingate.
And Ms. Wingate, how are you currently employed?
I work at the Dixon 911 Communication Center as a day shift supervisor.
And how long have you been in your current position?
Almost 11 years.
And how long have you been working in dispatch total?
Well, I'm going to rephrase that. I've been a supervisor for 6 years and I've been at dispatch for 11.
And as a supervisor, do you have any specific training on the dispatch system?
Yes, we are required to do training as far as how to pull recordings, CAD dispatch as far as for any calls, things of that nature. There's a lot of training that goes into it.
Could you, this is Dixon Dispatch, is that correct that you work for?
I think our official name is Dixon County Emergency Communications is what our official.
Okay, that's a lot longer.
Yeah.
Could you go ahead and explain to the jury how an E911 dispatch system works?
As far as like how the 911 call comes in?
Yes, please.
Okay, so depending on landline or a cell phone, it's different cases. If it comes in from a landline, it'll show us information on a screen that gives us the address for that landline number. As far as the cell phone goes, anytime it comes in from a cell phone, the first information that we see as a dispatcher is the tower address, the tower that the cell phone is actually closest to. And then if it's with the cell phone, that tower location is what we see. And then occasionally after so many seconds, we can see a better location, but it only ever shows us the tower address. The address that we get from a caller is how we know where to go.
And when a call comes in, what kind of computer recording system starts up?
Okay, so anytime a call comes in, any call, non-emergency or 911 to our center, it is recorded. It immediately, as soon as they dial the number, you can sometimes hear on the recordings where it starts recording before we ever actually pick up. You can hear the phone ringing into our center where it starts recording as soon as it picks up that it's a call for our center.
And once the call comes in, what are the dispatcher's duties at that point?
Anytime a call comes in, the first initial is to try to get a location on the call and then to determine what type of call it is. We do that through questioning. We go through a lot of training when we're first hired on what questions to ask, to determine location, type of call, and who to send to it.
Is the call when it comes in recorded then, and is it preserved?
Yes.
And while the dispatchers are on the line with the caller, are they also making notes in a system to alert other law enforcement?
Yes.
Can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, so even though everything's recorded, we still record everything in what's called a CAD system, which is a computer-aided dispatch system. So all the information that the caller gives us is then logged into that system, such as vehicle descriptions on the type of call, people, any information that we can get that will assist the responders for the call.
And is there a system that keeps up with the CAD corresponding with the call?
So they're logged in different systems. So as far as the recordings go, they're in a different program as far as server base than our CAD system. So they're in two separate server locations. So you have to log in. The easiest way for me to explain this is you have to log into two separate locations to be able to pull each one. So if I need a call, I have to log into our recording system. If I need the actual just CAD information, just the notes from the call, I have to log into the CAD to get that.
Are there numbers that correspond so that you know which calls go with which CAD report?
Yes, so when we log into our recording system, we are able to see station numbers as far as which station took that call, to know which dispatcher took that call, to make them match up.
And along with taking non-emergency and emergency calls, do you all keep track of police and emergency services radio traffic as well?
Yes, we do for all police, fire, and EMS in Dixon County.
And can you describe a little bit about how that system works or records?
It's on the same system as our call system. They're set up through the same recorder system. Basically, all radio transmissions are recorded as far as incoming and outgoing. And they're pulled the same way. It's all in the same system. So when we go to pull recordings for the actual radio traffic, it's listed different, labeled different, but it's all in the same system, so we know what's radio traffic and what's a call.
Okay. And can you talk a little bit about the radio traffic system, how communications work between dispatch and units?
Yeah, so if a unit needs to call into what we call central, what they actually have to do is key up the radio, whether it be a mobile, which is what's in their car, or a portable radio, which is like a walkie-talkie. They basically key up on the radio and they have to wait for a beat to be able to talk. If they get a longer, different sounding beat, it's a busy signal. That lets them know that the radio is busy and they're not able to talk, because only one person can talk at a time. It goes vice versa, same for dispatch. We have to wait for a beep before we can talk to the responders.
Okay. Your Honor, if I could approach the witness. So Supervisor Wingate, I've handed you a document. Do you recognize what this document is?
Yes, I do. It's the CAD report for the incident on May 30th, 2018.
And can you talk about a little bit at the top of it, what the date was, and walk through the beginning top of this document?
So at the very top, where it says incident numbers that we're talking about starting with?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the incident number. So every call that comes in is assigned an incident number. It's always the year, month, day, and then it's assigned a 3-digit number that's particular to that day. And then it, to the right of that, it talks about incident type, non-emergency. So that means that's where we classify if it come in non-emergency line, 911 line, or if it was an officer-initiated call.
And this call came in as a non-emergency?
That's correct.
Okay. And then could you go down to talk about the receipt?
Right, so it says received at, and it gives the date, which was 5/30/2018 at 6:19 and 37 seconds.
And what is the dispatch at?
That's the time that our dispatcher gave the call out to responders and assigned somebody the first unit to that call.
Okay. And then scrolling down a little bit where it says an event type.
Yeah, this is how we classify calls. So this one was classified as a welfare check.
And then the caller locations.
So the caller location is blank on this. So underneath that, it's the event location. So that's the actual location that we were given of the incident.
Okay. Well, that would have been done by the caller who called.
Right.
Okay. And then there's a caller name that's been listed.
Mm-hmm. And so we always ask for the name of the callers when they call in. They don't have to give it to us, but when they do, we do document it.
And then the comment. I'm sorry, what the comment means.
Okay, so the comment is always just a brief description of what's going on with the call. So in this incident, it says a small 1090s model vehicle parked on the wrong side of the roadway. So it's just a basic, generic, this is what the caller said, and then we go into further on down into the call, usually if there's more information to be on.
Okay. And on the first line of the narrative log, can you explain what the different columns mean?
The first, where it says narrative by, that's the dispatcher who entered the information. The narrative at shows the date and time that it was entered. The category can be used, but in this case was not. It's just basically if it's for certain responders, so where we can change the category, where for police, fire, EMS, in this instance, it was not used. There's an is sensitive column. This is where we can mark where it says yes or no. I've honestly never seen where we mark it yes. So other than that, that's all I can tell you about that.
Okay. So, but this is the full CAD report for Dixon Dispatch for the incident at Tidwell Switch and San Bernardino Road called in by Miss Angela. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, the state would move this as the state's next exhibit. However, we would like to have this witness keep it while she testifies.
Oh, is that 10? Exhibit 10.
Now, Ms. Wingate, there was a 911 call that was associated with this. Are you familiar with the citizen 911 call?
I am familiar.
Looking for just
Call 2 on Wednesday, May 30th, 2018, at 6:19 a.m. to the PMC offset of 800 minutes, agent IB. Extension is 603.
Excuse me, Andrew, Stephanie, how may I help you?
Okay, so I'm calling because there is a car parked on the wrong side of the road with what appears to be people either asleep or passed out in it. Okay, where is that? It's at the end of Pickles with Van Vineyard. To a Christian Van Vineyard. Okay, and what kind of vehicle is it? A little Toyota, I think. Perhaps a Honda, a small, probably nice model car, kind of a tannish brown color. It's literally parked at the intersection on the wrong side of the road. And you said there's two people inside? Uh-huh. And they like, I passed them and they, neither one of them moved or looked at me or anything. They looked like they were sleeping. Sleeping or passed out. All right, and what is your name? Angela. And a callback number for you, Angela. 931-996-9546. Okay, I'll send somebody around to Duluth Road and Van Vineyard and see if they can make contact with these vehicles. Or this vehicle, the user.
We would move a copy of the 911 call as the city exhibit.
The exhibit 11.
Supervisor Wingate, I'm going to ask you again to refer to the CAD report that's been previously placed into evidence. On the CAD report, where it says narrative by on the narrative log, the first line there at 6:20:27, where it says two subjects inside, unknown if they're asleep or passed out, is that a note that's been placed in by dispatch?
It is, yes.
And would that be something that they do after they've received a call like this?
It's, so as far as the top portion that we spoke about in the comment, there's only so much we can fill in the comment section. So at that point, it looks like maybe this dispatcher continued on into the narrative more of what the caller was telling her.
But this is something that's common practice.
Yes.
Now I want to put your attention down to line number 2, where it says 500 radioed, was muffled, could tell there was distress. What does the number 500 mean to the dispatch?
That's a car number. Unit number.
And do you personally know whose car unit that was that day?
It was Sergeant Daniel Baker.
And the 500 radioed, was muffled, could tell there was distress. Is that something that you all would type in if you're listening to radio traffic?
Yeah, anytime that we hear any type of distress or anything, our job is to note that information.
And if you could just walk down each of these, I'm going to stop you when we get down to your entry.
Okay. So the 500 radio was muffled, could tell there was distress, and then it says that as Shadowlands entered, tried to radio, but no response.
And does that mean that dispatch is trying to radio that officer at 500?
Yes, at that point we're doing like status checks once we hear the distress.
Okay. Now I'm gonna ask you another thing about status checks. When you hear distress, what does dispatch do when they hear something that is atypical?
So we immediately try to reach that officer to get an answer back to know that they're okay. We'll do it multiple times at that point. We'll even do where we try to call them by phone if we can't reach them by radio. And then after several attempts, usually at that point, we'll ask for somebody to start heading that direction to go check on them, or most of the time we don't even have to ask, they know.
Thank you. And then the next line is 6:45:53.
548 bumped up to priority 1 traffic, so at that point is when that unit 548 started going lights and sirens, is what priority 1 means.
And does that mean that they're responding out to the scene?
Yes.
And what is the difference? Do you know the difference in the priority 1 and 2 and 3?
So We have party 1 and 2 here.
Okay.
Party 1 means they're running lights and sirens. Party 2 means they're just going without lights and sirens.
So this car, immediately upon hearing this, going out over the radio, went lights and sirens?
Well, I believe it was a little bit of time, like less than a full minute, but yes.
All right, continue down the line, please.
Radio status check 500, 2 times, no response. So that's just where they're checking the response, the status again. She called on the radio twice with no response.
And then I believe we're down to your entry. I'm sorry, there's one entry above that.
Right, this is 540 radio for status check, no response. So this is where one of the actual units, 540, tried to holler at them as well with no response.
Okay. And then we get to K Wingate on there, is that you?
It is.
And could you explain that entry?
At this point, I had done a status check. I had called for car 500 status, and I got an answer back, status is 10-4.
And what does 10-4 mean?
That means they're okay.
And the entry down below that?
That's when another operator answered 500 that says 1 in custody.
Okay. And is that based on listening to radio traffic, these notes?
Yes.
And is that radio traffic recorded?
Yes.
And have you reviewed this segment of the radio traffic? Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
Call 20 on Wednesday, May 30th, 2018, at 6:50 a.m. with a PM offset of negative 300 minutes. Agent ID extension is 115.
Hey, what you doing?
Someone deleted the road. It might have been when the red circle was put in there. You need to do edit undo.
It is showing confirmed, Kingston Springs.
After that, ain't got to be one level on the way to the finish. Central 303.
Call.
Is that segment number 20 from this dispatch log? Or sorry, from the dispatch call-in?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And how, can you explain how the segments are broken up, why this is number 20?
So I'm not exactly sure how the system divides it into segments other than per radio transmission. So generally it'll divide them as far as a receiving transmit and one going out. So for example, the easiest way I can explain that is if, say, car 14 called into Dixon Central and I answered, and then he gave me his radio traffic, usually that's divided into one segment, if that makes sense.
So when it says, segment 20 on here, it is still the completion of the radio traffic from this call.
Right.
And we would move segment 20, call 20, in as the next.
Exhibit 12.
Now, Supervisor Wingate, when you heard that radio traffic about 1 in custody, and they're going to dispatch, what does that mean to you all?
That they have someone, they've arrested somebody, and that they're en route to dispatch, because generally if someone has warrants or anything, they have to come by dispatch to pick up those warrants before they transport them to the jail.
And is that something in the normal course of police business that police officers have to do?
Yes, we hear it multiple times every day.
So that is a police function that they call in and lets me know where they are, what's going on?
Yes.
And in that call, did you recognize, was that car 500's, was the original person assigned to car 500's voice?
At first, I did not, but as radio traffic progressed, I then realized it was not him.
It was not Sergeant Baker.
That's correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
No questions.
Thank you, ma'am. You may sit down. You are released and you may be on your way. State may call your next witness.
The state calls Deputy Chris Lashley.
Deputy Lashley, if you'll come forward, please.
Would stand right here, face clerk, be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear from the testimony you give in this case to the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
State your full name for the record, please.
Christopher Stanley Lashley.
Can you spell your first and last name?
CHRISTOPHERLASHLED.
And Deputy Lashley, are you employed by the Dixon County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
And how long have you been employed there?
Since 2002.
And what's your current position?
Corporal.
And Corporal Lashley, what was your position in May of 2018?
FTO.
And which shift were you working?
Third shift, sir.
And what is a third shift?
Third shift was, I got off 7 o'clock every morning, depending on.
Okay. So essentially, third shift, you were working over the nighttime hours?
Yes, sir.
Into the early morning. About what time would you go on duty?
I'll go on 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, so
And you get off at what time?
7 a.m., sir.
So let me take you back to May 30th of 2018. You remember that day?
Yes, sir.
And were you working that day?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us briefly just kind of where you were at about 6:20 to 6:30 a.m.?
I was on Jones Creek Road.
And what were you doing?
I was just patrolling.
And did you hear a call or dispatch over the radio on a suspicious vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do?
I called en route to the call and headed that way.
And why did you go en route to that call?
The dispatch called out, it was suspicious call, suspicious vehicle parked at the intersection.
And when you called en route, just generally, where was your Jones Creek location compared to where you would end up at Tibble Switch and St. David? About how far?
Guesstimating 15 miles.
Okay. So when you went en route to dispatch call, did you hear anything over the radio that concerned you?
Yes, sir.
What did you hear?
Was that I actually heard, the state that the vehicle was stolen.
Okay. You heard dispatch?
Dispatch to you.
Corporal, if you'll pull that microphone a little bit closer to you, then it might help us to make sure we pick it up. Thank you.
Yes, sir, sir. And then after that, heard an altercation on the radio. Then I heard something. I heard gunshots over the radio.
You heard gunshots over the radio?
Yes, sir.
And Corporal, I know this is tough. We'll try to walk through it, just kind of step by step. So let me back up just a little bit. You heard dispatch say that a vehicle was stolen.
Yes, sir.
If you were on scene and you ran a license plate number, is that what you would do to confirm whether a vehicle had been reported stolen?
Yes, sir.
Like, how would you do it? Would you key up on your radio?
Yes, sir.
And what would you ask dispatch?
I would first run the tag, and then dispatch would come back to me and inform me that it's been, reported stolen.
With that tag number?
Yes, and where it was stolen from.
And you say on the morning of May 30th, you heard dispatch over the radio confirm that it was stolen?
Yes, sir.
At some point after that, I believe you testified you heard what you thought was an altercation?
Yes, sir.
And also some gunfire?
Yes, sir.
What did you do then?
I sped it up as fast as I could try.
We've heard some brief testimony about priority 1 and priority 2. Were you priority 1 after you heard the gunshots?
Yes, sir.
And does that mean lights and sirens?
Yes, sir.
And what location were you en route to?
I was en route to the intersection of Tidwell Switch and San Vineyard.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Deputy, in just a second, I'm going to have you step away from the stand. I'm going to set this tripod up. All right, Deputy Lashley, if you would walk over in front of the mic. We'll have to speak up so that the court reporter can hear us.
Yes, sir.
Can you identify the roads here on this map?
Yes, sir. The intersection is San Vineyard Road and Tidwell Switch Road.
So can you point to Tidwell Switch and San Vineyard?
Tidwell Switch right here, that's San Vineyard right here.
And you were en route to this location?
Yes, sir.
And this location is in Dixon County, Tennessee?
Yes, sir.
And tell us, and now you can turn and face security. Which area did you enter the location from? Which road?
I come down Tidwell Switch right here. And at the stop sign.
All right. And when you got to the stop sign at Tidwell Switch, what did you observe?
I observed coming down the hill, I observed brown Saturn vehicle parked right here. It's actually the left lane.
So the left lane, would that be the oncoming lane of traffic?
Yes, sir.
So you observed a brown Saturn?
Yes, sir.
And what else did you observe?
I observed, as I was coming down, I observed car 500. Coming from over here. As I stopped and passed it by. That's what I put.
Okay. Hold up one second. I need you to do one more thing. If you would, Deputy, take one of these yellow stickers and place it on the map where you observed the Saturn that you just described.
We're now playing pin the tail on the map or donkey. They're building a thumbnail as well, just in the courthouse.
Gosh, if you don't mind, let's turn that display so that the jury can still see it, but they can also see the witness, as long as he's not being blocked by it, so that the witnesses can live.
Got it?
Somehow we.
So Deputy Lashley, when you arrived at this intersection, you've already testified, you observed the Saturn, and when you observed Unit 500 turn and go by you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What did you think was going on?
I was coming down, when I was coming down the hill, everything had already calmed down. I was observing the scene. I thought car 500 was going forward behind me. It kept going.
Of course, when I referred to car 500, who would you think would be in car 500?
Sergeant Baker.
Sergeant Baker. And you work with Sergeant Baker?
Yes.
So car 500 actually passes you or turns by you?
Yes.
And you're at the scene with this Saturn. What do you do?
I got on the radio and I asked him what he wanted me to do with the car.
And I'm going to play for you, Deputy, what has previously been marked as Exhibit 12, which is Call 20. Now that's going to listen to the voices.
2018, at 6:50 a.m. with a PMC offset of negative 300 minutes. Agent ID, the extension is 115.
Daniel, you good? I'm good. How you got here?
Deputy, were you able to hear that?
No.
Okay, let's play it again.
Just that portion.
Yeah. Again, I'm referring to Exhibit 12.
How you got here?
Go back to the beginning.
Call 20 on Wednesday, May 30th, 2018, at 6:50 a.m. with a PMC offset of negative 300 minutes. Agent ID, the extension is 115.
Daniel, you good? I'm good. How you got here?
And Deputy, do you recognize your voice there?
Yes, sir.
And what do you key up and say initially?
Well, when I asked him if he was good.
Did you say, Daniel, you good?
Yes, sir.
And did you hear a response?
I did.
And what was the response?
I couldn't make out what it said.
Okay. And then did you ask a question?
What does he want me to do with the car?
I'll play it one more time.
Call 20 on Wednesday, May 30th, 2018, at 6:50 a.m. with a PMC offset of negative 300 minutes. Agent ID, the extension is 115.
Daniel, you good? I'm good. How you got here?
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
And what were you asking Sergeant Baker?
I was asking if he was good. Everything was okay. The response that I received was, I've got one in custody. And then I asked if he wanted me to hang tight here.
Okay. Now, did you recognize the voice that said one in custody?
I haven't worked with Daniel hardly on his shift. I didn't know if he was worked up or.
Sure.
I couldn't recognize his voice.
Okay. And so when you hear this radio transmission, you're at the scene, what do you do next?
I walked around the scene, just that something didn't feel right. And I learned at the scene, I went to the car and checked it. I walked up to the car and looked at it. I opened the door. I found a magazine, loaded magazine, and the digital scale sitting in the seat. I set it on the roof. I closed the door, walked around the vehicle. Around the back of the vehicle was one of our key cards laying on the ground. I walked around to the other side of the car, opened the door to find the registration, couldn't find it. So I walked back around. At that time, the other deputies, showed up on scene and found a button, and then that's when I found blood and Well, right before I found the blood, I called Daniel's phone. And, because I was concerned with shell casings I found and everything. And I asked him about that. And the call was in and out, the service was bad. And I know I kept asking them if he could hear me or what have you. But we ended up losing the call, and then right after that, I found the blood and sunglasses, and I took a picture of it and I sent it to his phone and asked him if that was his guy's blood.
Okay, let me back up and talk. It kind of told us a lot. You pass Unit 500, you don't exactly know what's going on. Is that correct? You get out of your vehicle. What unit are you?
I was in 548 at the time.
And you start looking around the scene where the Saturn is parked.
Yes, sir.
And what do you observe initially?
Initially, was shell cases laying up on the road, on the pavement right beside the driver's door.
And when you saw shell casing, what did you think?
I just reverted back to hearing the gunshots. And so then I started looking.
All right, you saw shell casings. What else did you see on the ground?
On the ground was a Daniel's key card.
And when you say a key card, can you describe that for us?
It's a white card, like a credit card almost, but it's solid white. But we unlocked the doors at the sheriff's office with it.
You saw that on the ground?
Yes, sir.
What else did you see?
A button from his shirt.
Would it be a button similar to a button off of your uniform?
Exactly like that.
You saw one of the buttons on the ground?
Yes, sir.
What else did you see?
And then I seen the blood with Daniel's sunglasses.
Saw that on the scene? You saw a pool of blood?
Yes.
And Sergeant Baker's sunglasses? Now, you testified that you saw a magazine. What is a magazine?
Magazine, it was a pistol magazine. It was fully loaded and it was in the driver's seat of the vehicle.
And did you remove that magazine from the vehicle?
I set it on the roof.
And I think you testified there was another item next to or in the vehicle that you also removed?
A digital scale.
And I believe that you took a photograph of this. Is that correct? Or someone in the sheriff's department took a photograph?
Not of the digital scale.
But let me ask you if you can identify this.
Yeah, this is a tough scene for him to find with his fellow officer. He's putting things together in his mind and seeing what happened, and things aren't adding up.
Yes, sir.
All right, can you describe what that is?
It's that digital scale and the loaded magazine. I set on top of the vehicle.
You set them on top of the Saturn?
Yes, sir.
What made you take it out of the vehicle and set it on the roof?
I was just trying to put two and two together. You find a loaded magazine, nobody around, no gun, empty shell cases. I just put evidence on the roof. I didn't want anybody missing or passing up.
And I certainly don't want to put words in your mouth, but were you still kind of confused as to what had happened?
Yes, sir.
What was your thought process when you observed all these items on the ground?
Yeah, I was in a whirlwind. I was hoping somebody else.
You know, if I could move that photograph, this exhibit, I believe it's 13.
13.
You would hand that to Now, Deputy or Corporal Lashley, you said that you attempted to get in contact with Sergeant Baker by your cell phone, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you physically dial his number?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did someone answer?
Yes.
Did you recognize the voice that answered?
I did not, but the reception was horrible down there.
When that call dropped, did you also send a text message?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you take a photograph of the phone?
I did.
Send that to Sergeant Baker?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Corporal, if you could please identify this photograph, please.
It's a black and white copy of the picture.
And you took a picture with your cell phone, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what does that picture show?
That picture shows a large puddle of blood with a pair of black Costa sunglasses missing on the inside.
Corporal, if you would look at the screen, is the photograph you're holding exactly the same as the photograph displayed on the screen? And I'm going to step over here.
Corporal, I know this is difficult, but we're having to record it. So just like a verbal response instead of non-session. Thank you.
Corporal Lashley, at the top of this photograph, can you tell us the name and phone number?
Yes, sir. It's Daniel Baker. Phone number, I think the glasses, they can go,
Oh, okay, we'll skip the phone number. Can you read?
Yes, sir.
The text message, Saturday, May 26th, will Domino's deliver to your house?
Yes, sir.
So, obviously you've got some older messages in there as well.
I do. He was my neighbor.
Yes, sir. And you live close to Sergeant Baker?
Yes, sir.
That's why you asked about Domino's?
Yes, sir.
Now let me take your attention to Wednesday, May the 30th of 2018. What is your text message?
That text message, it says, is that your guy's blood all over the road?
And did you ever receive a response?
I never did.
Move that as the next exhibit, please.
Exhibit 14.
At this point, Your Honor, I'm going to move the large map as exhibit 15.
All right. The map will be marked as exhibit 15.
Corporal Lashley, again, we're almost finished. How long did you stay at what I'm calling the Sam Vineyard Typical Switch crime scene?
I was there till 6:30 that night.
What were some of your other duties at this scene throughout that day?
Just to secure the safe.
It's, I'll pass the witness.
No question.
Thank you, Corporal. You may step down and you were released from your subpoena. So,
Thank you.
General Sager, you may call your next witness.
Now the state calls Keith Dearborn.
General Kraus, is there a reason to leave the exhibit 15 up, or can we take it down?
No, we can take it. The tripod needs to stay up.
No, that's fine.
Let's stand right here, take the clerk, prosecution.
Chief Officer Sweller, from the testimony given in this case, be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, nothing but
So good afternoon. I want to make sure that I get your rank correct. Sergeant Dearborn?
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant Dearborn, could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
It's Sergeant Gregory Keith Dearborn. My spelling is Dearbor.
And Sergeant Dearborn, how are you currently employed?
As a school resource officer.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
I'm working on my 22nd year.
And could you just give us a brief overview of what your law enforcement career has been?
I started off working in the jail. Worked there for about 8 months. Was promoted to patrol. Shortly after, I was on special operations team for about 12 and a half years. Worked patrol for 20 years. And then the last 2 years, I've been a school resource officer.
In May of 2018, what shift were you assigned to?
First shift.
And what is first shift's hours?
It's kind of, it was 7, we were working 10 hours. It was 7 to 4:45.
And who was your shift sergeant at the time?
Daniel Baker.
And Do you remember the morning of May the 30th, 2018? Could you please share, court and the jury, what you did that morning, when you got up, you came into work, and some observations? We'll just start with how your day started going on shift.
Okay. I usually left the house about 6:25, 6:20. During the summertime, we'd always meet out back behind the sheriff's office at a picnic table for shift meeting. And
I'll stop you right now and ask, what's a shift meeting?
pretty much the shift gets together, goes over, where the sergeants will need us and what zone we would work, and pretty much what we needed, the work of the day needed to be done. Like if they needed traffic to go work in a certain part of the area, we just say pay more attention to that area, stuff like that.
Would you also get like information passovers?
Yes, ma'am.
Important things that you would need to know.
Yes, ma'am.
After you rolled to the Dixon County Sheriff's Office to pick up Pickles for roll call, while you were at roll call, did you hear something that was different?
Actually, on the way, it sounded like, when I heard the dispatcher call for suspicious vehicle at Tickle Switch, and that morning, Daniel had checked around to it, and because he lived down the south part of the county, they helped other shifts out. We would kind of like step up, try to help up, go into calls early so they could go home on time, because they worked all night. And Daniel was good about trying to help the other guys out so they could go home. And he was headed down there to the suspicious call. Well, by the time I got to the sheriff's office and got out of my car to walk up to the back of the sheriff's office where we was all meeting, sounded like something garbled all over the radio, like a struggle. Then the dispatch tried to raise it, and they couldn't, so I started getting worried. Then Deputy Rachel could come up, and I wanted to check it around. Well, Corporal Ashton checked him around, and Joe Lovis, they checked him around. So they was already further south than we were. When we left, we was running priority 1 traffic. So we didn't know, we knew something was going, we didn't know what it was. But generally the rules are, if there's other units closer, the furthest one will back down, and then the closest one will stay running. Blue lights and siren priority. On the radio, I heard 1 in custody. But what was strange was it didn't sound him. I couldn't tell you who it was, but I knew it was him. And I've heard Daniel's voice a million times. Working with him, working for him. And it confused me. I didn't know what was, it's like, I heard that, but it just didn't, I couldn't process it. And I was talking to Deputy Richley on the phone. I said, it was just me, or that does not sound like him. So we was still on our way down there. I was on the phone, and I said, something, what is it my radio? Is it me? Am I just not? It's not with him. At least I didn't sound like him. And so I was just more confused. The further I got, I was trying to figure out why, what, it just wasn't making sense. I couldn't,
Now, Deputy, Sergeant Jerome, I'm going to ask you about when you hear the 1041 in custody, what does that mean to you as an officer?
Well, it means, it could be, it means they take custody of a suspect or a prisoner. Like in that particular situation, if you hear somebody struggling and you hear 1041 in custody, you're like, okay, well, this ain't secure. So, and that's why me and him back, we the first ones out, so we back down because we thought everything was okay, but everything was fine.
And the language that was being used, was that language that you are used to as a law enforcement officer, that you do in your everyday job?
Yeah, and in a way it was confusing because the language was there, but it didn't sound like him. That's what was confusing.
Did you make it, after you heard that, you said that you and Deputy Richley were on your way. Where were you on the way to?
To Tickle Switch, to where he had checked out with the vehicle.
And can you describe when you got onto the scene, what you first saw?
When we first got there, I think Corporal and Joe Loves was already there. We were pulling the side of the road. Me and Deputy Richley pulled up and they was like, what do we got? They said, we don't know. We walked down the hill, we seen a gray silver Saturn at that intersection. And looking around, we seen a pool of blood. Yeah.
Do you remember seeing anything else on the ground?
I seen my buttons. Sunglasses.
When you saw those, what was your first thought?
I didn't know. Excuse me. I didn't know that, you know, it wasn't good. I knew that. And the blood, you know, I've been a cop for a long time. And when I seen the color of that blood, I knew it was bad. I'm sorry. Anyway, just.
Do you remember who the officers were that were down there on the scene with you?
Yes, ma'am. It was Deputy Steve Richard, Deputy Joe Loveless, Deputy and Corporal Chris Lashley.
To the best of your recollection, do you remember what they started to do, or if anything left at that point?
We had little or no cell phone service or radio service. At best, I mean, it was hit and miss. Chris had told me, Deputy Lashley told me that he's seen we saw a damn truck passing when he come in. Which made no sense because it same zone, you don't leave the same, if you go to the active same zone, you wait till you get other officers there to process the same use. So there'd be a suspicious vehicle or stolen vehicle. You don't just don't leave crime scene. And I could figure that out. And we got down there. Like I said, we seen the pool of blood. His key card, his glasses, his busted sunglasses, the button off his shirt, blue button laying there. And so I told the guy, I said, look, I don't know what we got. I said, we need to rope this off. I said, I don't know. I said, better rope it off and play safe. We can process it. Call our, CID and let them look at it. And then I believe they were trying to ping Daniel's GPS in his truck. They were trying to find out where in fact the truck had gone to. Steve went to look for the truck. Joe, they said he was going around to dispatch. Joe left. He said, I'm going to go to dispatch and see if I can look at Daniel. Then I think they painted at another location. Steve said, another location, I'm going to go to that. So me and Chris were still on the same Corporal Ashland. And I told him, I said, we need to rope this off. Let's get roping it off. So he started roping it off, and I started taking pictures and just trying to secure, preserve the crime scene. Like I said, we didn't know what we had. We didn't know what happened.
Do you remember seeing any shell casings or ammunition?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember where that was approximately?
It was around the car, around the silver, gray. So
And do you know if it was live round or shell casings?
it was empty shell casings.
Now, you just mentioned that you and Corporal Lashley were there on the scene, that you were trying to rope it off and preserve it. How long were you at that scene?
From that morning, it was early that morning until late in the evening when they transported Daniel to Nashville. It was all day. I mean, I don't have the time because every time we're together, but it was late in the evening. It was hot. It was way hot. And I was there all day till evening started getting dark. I went up.
Did your duties change while you were there from one position of security scene to another type of responsibility?
Yes, ma'am. We set up the crime scene, the tape. I took pictures to start the crime scene. When the TBI got there, I turned it over to them and I started doing what's called Overwatch as security for them while they're processing the scene. Because at the time, we didn't know what had happened. I didn't know what was going on. And so while they're doing their job, I was performing Overwatch duties. I was just scanning and watching, make sure if there's still threats out there, I can handle that while they're trying to do their job.
So the Overwatch, were you essentially security for the TBI
Yes.
while they were doing it?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you armed at the time?
Yes, ma'am. I was armed with M16.
And do you know approximately how long was it? Were you down there on Overwatch for hours?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. It was, that morning until I guess it was almost right before lunch. And the TBI to come down there and right about around lunchtime. That's when I started doing watching news, give or take. The nation, like they were processing the scene. That's when I went and handling the crime scene, just being security for them.
And why did you believe they needed security?
Sorry.
Why did you believe they needed security?
Because whoever had done this, we didn't know who did it or what happened, or we knew at that point in time, I guess it's about lunchtime, that I think that's in that time frame when they found Daniel. And we didn't know who did it, why. I didn't, because I had no radio service, I didn't have any cell phone service, and so I erred on the side of caution. I thought, I don't want to happen again.
Do you feel that there might still be a threat?
Yes, ma'am. I was scared. I didn't know. I didn't want to be the next one. So.
Questions?
No questions.
Thank you, sir. You may sit down. State may call your next witness.
State called Steve Richlick.
Sorry, I've got to mute a lot. I can talk between the hammerings. It's really loud here, but tough testimony from these officers coming up on the scene, trying to figure out what happened at that. Seeing their fellow officers' badges, glasses, blood on the ground, shell casings, and then trying to reconcile that with hearing or him respond to the radio, or hearing someone respond for him on the radio, saying that he had somebody in custody and they don't know where he's at.
Stand right here.
Someone swear upon testimony given this oath to the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
You state your full name for the court, please.
Stephen Charles Richley,
Can you spell your last name?
RYCHLIK.
And Deputy, where are you employed?
Dixon County Sheriff's Office.
What's your position there?
Patrol.
And how long have you been employed with Dixon County?
August 18th of 2000.
All right, thank you very much. What shift were you working on May the 30th of 2018?
First shift.
And when does first shift come on duty?
Come in at 6:45. We work until 4:45.
6:45 a.m. to 4:45 p.m.?
Yeah, that's what time we're going to be at roll call, 6:45, so you can get there earlier.
And on the morning of May 30th, 2018, did you attend roll call?
I was pulling up. I think I was getting out of my car.
Getting out of your car?
Getting out of my car at the back of the sheriff's office.
And I was going to ask that, where does roll call happen?
At the sheriff's office, we pull around back and we go into the training room. And we all just kind of congregate there out back, just where everybody's going to be that day and what's going on.
So a roll call would be for your shift?
Yes, sir.
And the sheriff's office is, what city is that?
Dixon, or Charlotte.
And we're in Charlotte right now?
Yes, sir.
Is Charlotte north of the city of Dixon?
Yes, sir.
When you got the roll call that morning, did you hear a transmission on the radio that concerned you?
I did.
What did you hear?
I heard Daniel Baker in distress.
You did?
I did.
And what did you do?
We just head out towards where he was at.
And Sergeant Baker was your shift
He was
supervisor.
my supervisor.
And what was it kind of normal for Sergeant Baker to respond to a call before shift?
Oh, yes. People on their way to work, you know, if it's close to where you are, just help somebody out, help put the shifts out, even if you're going home in the evening, just kind of help out, take some burden off somebody else. But it would, you know, it was never off to go help somebody, you know, another shift out or somebody else out on a call.
And this particular call was near the south end of the county?
Yes, sir.
And Sergeant Baker lived on the south end. Kind of
Pretty much, yes, sir.
You hear this distress call, what did you do?
Head that way.
Priority 1 or 2?
1.
And why would you priority 1?
Just the sound of Baker and kind of broke up transmission. And he was in distress. It's not something you usually heard.
It's not something that was normal. As you were going south to this location, did you hear some additional radio transmissions?
Did.
What did you hear?
1 in custody. Everything's 10-4. 1 in custody, being en route to dispatch.
So you heard 1 in custody, and then you heard, what was the second one?
It's like being en route to dispatch.
Being en route to dispatch.
Which is where we take people after we on an arrest to meet with the magistrate judge.
Was it Sergeant Baker's voice that you heard?
Didn't sound like it to me.
What did you think when you heard this transmission on the radio? The 1 in custody and en route to central dispatch.
It was off.
Fair
It
enough.
wasn't normal.
Wasn't normal. Did you keep heading south?
Yes, sir.
And did you arrive at the Tidwell Switch San Vineyard intersection?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do when you arrived there?
I was the 3rd car and got out, walked to the corner, and just kind of walking through the scene. Just what's all going on. I met up with Lashley and kind of we started walking around.
Did you know where Sergeant Baker was?
Did not.
Were you all trying to find him?
Yeah, well, when I first got there, kind of assessing the scene, and then it became, where's he at? We didn't have cell service good, and it was hard to get out on the radio.
What did you observe at the scene?
Walking down Sam Vineyard. Where's the button? The broke pair of sunglasses.
Need a second?
I'm good.
Deputy Richland.
We found a bullet or 2.
You saw some blood?
Yes, sir.
Now, Deputy Richland, you didn't stay at the Tidwell Switch Vineyard intersection.
No, sir.
Where did you go?
When we got a hold of his GPS location, the city was on Bear Creek Valley. And I've worked a call on Bear Creek Valley before, so I knew where it was. And I was like, you know, there's no reason he should be over there.
And let me stop for just a second. When you say you got his GPS location, each of you had a patrol unit. Sergeant Baker was 500, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember the unit you ran on that day?
It might have been 505. I don't know if I still have my car from second shift. I don't know if I swapped cars. I can't remember right now.
Are each of the units equipped with a GPS device?
Yes, sir.
Where dispatch and the sheriff's office can see where each unit is?
Yes, sir.
Is that what you meant when you said you got coordinates?
Yes, sir.
So you received information about Bear Creek Valley Road?
Yes, sir.
Did you head that direction?
I did.
Right. And when you got on Bear Creek Valley Road, was that inside Dixon County?
Yes, sir.
What did you observe?
Have you ever driven down short roads like that, like the dirty brown roads? You know when somebody's driven in front of you, it turns up and it's darker. And I saw one set of tracks. It would go from broken asphalt church, and so I knew there was a car down there within just not long because it was still dark color where the tracks were. And I followed the tracks till, and there was like a sharp left turn. You can see where it turned over a little more. And there was barbed wire strands just kind of hanging. And the grass was high in the field, and I saw tracks going through the grass, through the field, I'll say.
And Deputy, I'm going to ask you if you can identify this photograph, please.
Yes, sir.
And what is that photograph?
That's the short road, how it actually still looks. And to the left, the fence where the barbed wire was down.
Does the photograph you're holding match what we see on the screen?
Yes, sir.
And is this Bear Creek Valley Road?
Yes, sir.
Now, this road also has, depending on which map you pull up, it can have another name too, is that correct?
It does.
So is this the church you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
I'll move this photograph as the next exhibit, please.
14,
16.
16.
Deputy Richard, can you identify this photograph?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
That's the barbed wire fence in the field.
Okay, move that as exhibit 16?
17.
17. And Deputy Richlick, one last photograph. Can you identify that?
That's where I went through the fence.
And we see a red line.
Yes.
You placed that red line.
I did, actually, yeah.
In fact, you took this photograph.
I did.
Thank you. And why did you put the red line on the photo?
That's where the fence was down.
So you saw tracks on the church road and the fence is down right there?
I did. The grass was through the field about as high as it is in front of that fence. So that's why I was able to see where a car went through in the tracks in the grass.
I'll move that as the next exhibit, please. 18.
Guys, I'm trying to put a noise gate on here to get rid of the background noise. I'm doing the best I can to make this audio better. I realize it's a pain.
What did you do when you saw the tracks through the field?
Drove right through it.
And how far out into the field did you drive?
Before that tree over the first post, I wasn't far from that tree one. To the left when I stopped my car there.
If you were in your patrol car and you were on the road, were you able to see Unit 500 anywhere here?
No, sir.
You could not see his vehicle from the road?
No, sir.
You could see tracks?
I could see tracks. And it was still morning, so the ground was a little wet and stuff like that, so.
That's a shotgun shell. I don't know who added it.
Deputy, I'm going to ask you to stand up in just a moment and identify this map. Now, we've already discussed that depending on which map you use, it's Bear Creek Valley Road. What is this also?
Road.
Mile Cemetery Road.
So it's marked on the sign. When you first ran to Bear Creek Valley from.
And just to avoid any confusion, when we say Bird Road, Bear Creek Valley Road, it's the same road. And can you identify on this map where you entered the field? You've already seen the smaller roads. Okay. In which direction were you traveling?
It's coming this way.
Is that generally a north to south direction or east to west? Or
Probably.
Okay. And you drove through the barbed wire or the down barbed wire fence?
Yes.
And will you show us approximately where you parked your patrol car? And when you got on that tree line, could you see Deputy Baker or his vehicle? What did you do then?
I used my patrol car and I walked the street line. About right here. Saw his car.
You saw his car. Did you approach the vehicle?
Yes.
What did you see? You got to see
His car, windows up, doors locked. I looked in the window.
Did you see into the windows?
I could see the front seat. Then I was looking into the back of a tinted car, kind of where you have a little overcast. It's like trying to look through that wall. It's dark, so I couldn't see in the back seat.
Check the doors?
Did.
Unlocked or locked?
Locked.
Locked. Did you notice anything else about the vehicle? That's all.
Yeah, nothing offhand.
Nothing offhand. What did you do after you checked the doors?
Just walked around the car.
Were you alone at this point?
At what time when we found the car, Deputy Cave, he was pulling up. We were both going down. But he was on the opposite side. As I saw the car. As I was at the car, Cave was coming up to the car also.
Did you know where Sergeant Baker was?
No.
What did you do then?
Walked around the car, checked the doors. We were yelling for him. And just kind of seeing if he was in, we can yell for him, walking around the car.
Did you leave the area where his car was? Where did you go?
On the other side, opposite side of the car, right on the fence line, there was a small patch of dirt and it had a footprint just right on top of it, like he was going up the fence. Somebody went up the fence. So we hopped the fence. We both went across the field to the creek. I went left through the creek. We're just yelling for him, walked up the creek. And then I cut back across the field and I was going over a high point that was to the left across the way.
And we're almost finished, but I would like for you to approach the map again with a yellow sticker, place a marker where you believe the location of Sergeant Baker's vehicle. That's, so his vehicle is Unit 500. And after you checked the vehicle, you said it crossed the fence. Can you point out which fence you crossed?
Just to the other side, car space.
Okay.
And just right here at the fence. And then we went across the creek, or to the creek. I went this way.
Now, how long did you stay down on the creek?
I honestly can't tell you how long.
What prompted you to go back to vehicle 500?
I heard Nathaniel Proctor yelling.
And you don't have to say what he said.
Yeah.
The yelling, is that what made you?
That's what had me turn around. Yeah.
I'll move the large map as the next exhibit, please.
I bet in this case, they could use all the hearsay they wanted. It's not going to be objected to.
Leave the map up. Any questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Officer, you may step down. Stand by, call your next witness.
State calls Brian Cave.
There's so much paper noise on these mics, mostly from the judge. Makes the noise gate not very effective, but we're trying to get the courtroom sound gone. There's no cross from the defense because they literally are basically saying, we believe all these things happen as well. Yes, he did it. Okay. You think, what sort of defense is that? Not much of one. but they just want him to be spared from the death penalty.
In this case, the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you state your full name for the court, please?
Brian Cave.
And spell your last name?
Cave.
And where are you employed?
Dixon County Sheriff's Office.
What's your position there?
I'm a sergeant on the third shift.
Sergeant Cave, were you employed with Dixon County Sheriff's Office May 30th of 2018?
I was.
Do you remember where you were at approximately 6:30 to 7 a.m. on that morning?
I was on my front porch drinking coffee, getting ready to go to SWAT training.
On your front porch, drinking coffee. And where were you about to go?
SWAT training.
SWAT. And did you go to SWAT training?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I responded to an officer down call.
How did you hear a call? An officer beat down.
I was in my patrol unit, actually headed to the range over by Butler Park, and there was chaos over the radio. Couldn't get any response from Sergeant Baker, and I was next closest unit, and I turned around at Livestock Yard there by Pilot and went to aid Deputy Richland.
Do you remember the location that you went to aid Deputy Richland?
Bear Creek Valley Road.
Is that in Dixon County?
Yes, sir, it is.
And if you will, I'll refer you to this map that has already been marked as an exhibit. And can you point to the jury where on Bear Creek Valley Road you entered the field, parked the car?
Parked the car on the way down here, so
So when you arrived, were there any other patrol units parked on the road?
Not on the road, yes.
You left yours on the road.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And what did you do after that?
I proceeded down the tree line to where Deputy Richland had parked his car. And if I recollect correctly, we walked together down to where Sergeant Baker's car was.
And what did you observe when you found Sergeant Baker's car?
The windows appeared to be covered with condensation. I remember being very humid that morning. And I also remember it was parked parallel to, there's a fence line right behind that sticker. It was parked parallel to that fence line. And it appeared that he had tried to drive through an adjacent fence line, but couldn't. And I remember distinctly that the hood had been popped open on it.
The front hood?
Yes, sir.
It's popped open?
Yes, sir. It wasn't, it was open, but not like propped open. It had just been popped.
Did you notice anything else remarkable or that you remember about Unit 500 as you were walking around?
Not at that time, no, sir.
At this point in time, did you know where Sergeant Baker was?
No, sir, I did not.
So what did you do?
May I stand up?
Please.
Right here, there's a fence line, and Sergeant Richland and I had observed a trail that, or what appeared to be a trail on the other side of this fence line. We hopped the fence and started tracking that trail to we lost.
Okay, thank you. Do you know about how long you were tracking on this trail?
20, 30 minutes.
And what made you stop?
I heard other officers back at Sergeant Baker's unit.
Did you go back to Sergeant Baker's patrol unit?
Yes.
Water? What did you observe when you got back to the patrol unit?
The deputies that were on scene at that time had requested permission from Captain Gafford to crack the window on the patrol unit. And they had popped the unit and found Sergeant Baker. Sergeant Baker inside the vehicle.
Thank you for your testimony. I just have a few more questions. Were you given additional assignments at this location on May the 30th?
Yes, I was.
What were you assigned to do?
After it was determined that Sergeant Baker was deceased and the EMT was no longer needed at the scene, priority 1, which is rush traffic, I went back to the roadway, moved my vehicle approximately 50 to 75 feet inside the field and secured it with caution tape, thereby securing the scene at that location.
You secured the scene of this location?
At the roadway, yes, sir.
And did you also start crime scene law?
Yes, sir, I did.
That's the list.
Questions?
No questions.
Thank you, officer. You may step down.
Gentlemen, we approach.
You may.
So this is the second time the judge and the attorneys have left the room. I want to count both of these on the jury yeeted, because the jury is excluded from what they're hearing here. So even though the jury is present in the courtroom, everyone else leaves. So it's the same effect, right? So I'm going to double count this one and the previous exit. I've got a noise gate going. That's why it's clipping like that. It's cutting out the quieter noise in the background. It's trying to just play sound when someone is talking loudly or coughing or rustling papers. It's not perfect, but it's a little bit better than what we had before. Fast witnesses. The defense is will not be putting on a defense of much at all. All they're trying to do is to say this was not premeditated murder. They have an issue saying this is not. This shouldn't be a death penalty case. Should be life in prison without parole. Shouldn't be death penalty. That's all they're fighting for. So literally in their open, as they presented their opening to the jury, they're like, yeah, he did it. It's him. You know, you're going to see all these facts. You'll see him on camera. This is everything. I mean, everything the state told you is true, except we don't think he deserves the death penalty because it's not premeditated. So that's basically their defense. That's why we're not seeing any cross from any of on any of the witnesses. We were going to count objections, but they're not making objections either. I mentioned before, but the prosecution's been very careful as somebody's testifying what someone else said. There's like, oh, don't tell us what they said. It was just you heard yelling and you responded, right? You probably can get by without it. You probably can get by with the testimony coming in as hearsay, because defense doesn't care about that. They're not disputing the facts. They're not fighting to establish each and every occurrence as it happened in this fact chain. So you might be able to play fast and loose as a prosecutor and just let people talk, which you say, well, that's not allowed. It's against the rules. It's only against the rules if an objection is made by the other side. Sometimes the judge might step in as well. Looks like they're coming back here. Let's see what happens here. In some states, it's just a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, when we start a trial, we never know exactly how long it's going to take for us to get through witnesses, or how long it's going to take for each witness to give their testimony and be cross-examined. And so also, we don't know how long the lawyers are going to make in their opening statement. So, but today, we don't have every witness for this case here on every single day. We have them coming in on different times. So today we are finished with all of the witnesses that we have available for today. So you're going to get an early afternoon to break off. We will start. Question that I had for the jurors would be, I know you're on Eastern Standard Time. Does anybody have any problem with starting our court hearing at 8 o'clock in the morning instead of at 9 o'clock? I see a thumbs up. So if everybody is okay with that, any reason from the council that we couldn't do that at 8 o'clock? You're just trying to get your witnesses here, I realize, but
That's something we discuss more at length back and forth all the time.
Yeah, we'll talk about it a little bit. If we can accommodate that, then we certainly will. I have no problem in trying to do this as quickly as possible. So, all right. Then under those circumstances, ladies and gentlemen, if you will pass with our officer over to the jury room, then you can hold on to those notes, or you can leave them in the jury room as long as they have your name on them, so that you're claimed by you.
You can hold on to your
notes.
notes.
Notes. Just look at your own. So, all right.
Admonition. Admonition.
Oh, and let me remind you again not to discuss this case with anyone on the jury, not to let anyone discuss it with you, and don't talk about it. Talk about how nice the accommodations are, or how nice your guards are, or anything you want to talk about. But don't talk, or you can talk about UT football if you want to. I think that might be it. All right, there you go. You want more Oreos? Is that what you want? All right, thank you.
Okay, so as they leave, I don't think we have anything else business-wise today. As the jury leaves. More Oreos for the jury. Apparently they got Oreos initially, and they need more. Probably milk as well, because you can't have Oreos without milk, because that is actually a crime.
That particular juror was talking about I stole a package of Oreos out of the jury box, and they had the snacks for the jury. So I asked her not to reveal that to the world, and she just did. So. All right. Now we are ready then to take a. The only other thing then for today would be two things. One, I want to have a bench conference with the lawyers, but the second thing would be that I need to make sure that if there's a transcript of the next proceeding, is what I'm understanding that you want to present to me that's been redacted so that I can review that, then what I'd like to do before council leaves today is to have a copy of that. Let me review it, go over it, make sure there's no issues, and then we can come back on the record and confirm that if that is in fact acceptable in the way it's been redacted.
Mr. Wyatt has graciously created several redacted versions to provide to Your Honor and to defense in hopes of speeding up the process. So
several redacted versions of the same transcript.
We don't know exactly yet how you're going to rule. So we will need to print all of those versions. We can do that at this next break and provide them to defense.
All right. Well, let's do this. Let's start with redacted version number 1 and let the defense see that and see if they have any objection to it. And then I don't mind reading as many redacted versions as you have as if I need to, but I'm just thinking in terms of trying to simplify things. Let's, if you have a printed version of redacted version number 1, let's let the state review it and see if there's any issues about that. And then we'll talk about what needs to be redacted, and hopefully that can be done that way. So, in addition to that, though, I would like to have a bench conference with the lawyers. If you could approach the bench.
It's on the record, Judge.
It will be on the record.
Okay, there's our thumbnail in the corner. As you see it. I saw the Oreos get added. That looks great. It was going to be on the record, but off the record, but off the recording, apparently. Okay, instead, then we're going to take a close look while he's talking about this. We're going to take a close look at the thumbnail, which is, let's see, which is right here. There we go. So the thumbnail is coming along nicely. We have the heavenly clouds. We have the heavenly wood pulpit up there. The rostrum, lectern. What, I don't know what you call that. I think it's the whole rostrum. But we have items all over the place. I don't know what they are yet. We might need another definition. Clearly, we've got the vehicle, the crime. I think we're presenting this in a respectful way. I appreciate everyone who's keeping it that way, mindful of the fact that there was a tragic loss of life here, and it's senseless violence. And so I appreciate you guys keeping it respectful that way as we follow this. We've got all sorts of things represented. I can see a little hand dialing 911 from the hotel. We've got little video cameras. We've got Judge Wolf there. It is a capital punishment case. We've got the scales of justice there on the court represented with an ultimate outcome on one side. We also have let's see, the TV camera, because the judge says this is going to be recorded. I'm not sure what the check patented means. I'll have to find out about this one. But man, I've got to. I think I need to. Let's see. Oreos for the thumbnail. That's going to be good. Reminds you of sticker books back in the day. Yeah, it's looking really good. The creativeness of this group is impressive, but I think somebody's going to get banned or blocked here really quickly.
6 issues. So let's go ahead and have that meeting first while Mr. White is working on the transcripts that he needs to present. So we will stand in recess.
Who added the blood?
This court is in recess.
Okay. So who added the blood? Because that's a no-go. That's not something we need. Myra? Mina? Okay, this is one of those things that if that happens, this is why we can't have nice things. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. MYNA, that's your user on this. We invite you to stop using this. Okay? Seriously, it's just not cool. The alternative is that individuals can request access, and I will add them individually to the ability to edit. That way we won't be providing a public link that anyone can use. We'd like to be able to play nicely, but if somebody wants to ruin it for everybody, then yeah, let's save a copy of this. Shall we do that? Let's do that really quickly. Oh, we have an issue. It's being presented as a PNG. Oh, you're good. All right. Okay. It's looking amazing. It is. We just need everyone to be adults. Nobody ruin it. All right. I think it's a great time to go to lunch. We can finish day 2 today. See. That's my coworker that was walking back and forth, or my contractor friend. All right, let's do this. Let's go to lunch and take a break. And let's see. Wait. Let's see. Sorry, I'm doing some sleuthing on this end to see if I can identify somebody. But, okay, I think I've got what I need. All right, we're going to break for lunch right now. That's what we're going to do. How long is lunch? Lunch is going to be can we do an hour? Is that all right? We're good. So for those that would like editing privileges, because we're about to lock it down, because apparently we can't have nice things, reach out to me on the burner phone with I'll need your email. I will need your name, your username online. Obviously, I'll need to verify each one of them. So if I can't verify everybody, I'm sorry. We will be able to share a public link where other people can view it being built. So we'll do that. We'll share the public view. But as far as editing access goes, it's going to be locked down tight. Right here. Let's see. There we go. All right, so we have a lot of viewers now. All right, that's all. We're going to see you guys after lunch. If you can't join us after lunch, first, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again, which will be in about an hour for day 2 of this trial. It's going to be great. We're going to keep working on the thumbnail. I'll get people access here. I'll be working through lunch to get you guys access. It'll be good. All right. That said, we will see you guys in a little bit. Have a great lunch. Have some Oreos. We'll see you later. Bye-bye.